All good. Well, welcome councillors, welcome members of the gallery, and welcome to members of the community viewing in on live stream for our final council meeting of 2021. I'm not really sure where the year's gone, but it's gone. And I think, as I've been saying recently, councillors, if you think this was a busy year, strap yourself in for next year, because it's going to be even busier, I think. Can I acknowledge the Durrumbal people, the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet, and pay respects to their elders past, present, and those of today. Councillors, this morning we have Father Matthew Maloney from the Capricorn Coast Catholic Parish, Sacred Heart Church, to deliver an opening prayer, and we always look forward to Father Matthew's prayers because they're always challenging and interesting. So I'll pass the floor to you. Thank you, Father Matthew. Please come up to the front.
Just invite you to just place these little cards around for the councillors, those who are here this morning. You needn't look at it just yet, just put it up on the, just sort of, it's a little cardboard there, just a little focus picture. Any other, we're all here today.
Well, we have an apology from Councillor May that she's going to be running late today. Yep.
There's a couple here if anybody else would like. Just invite you to just gather ourselves and our thoughts from here. From here.
Down the front, Father, that's right. Yep.
Oh, there's a lot of it. Might be actual ghosts.
This weekend, last weekend, yesterday on Sunday, we shared this gospel. I just want to share it with you. It's only quite brief, but it's the story just before Christmas, and so we're not quite there yet. It's the story of Mary going to Elizabeth for the visitation, and so we just listen to that from the Gospel of Luke. Mary set out and went as quickly as she could to a town in the hill country of Judah. She went into Zachariah's house and greeted Elizabeth. Now as soon as Elizabeth heard Mary's greeting, the child leapt in her womb, and Elizabeth was filled with the Holy Spirit. She gave a loud cry and said, "Of all women you are the most blessed, and blessed is the fruit of your womb. Why should I be honoured with a visit from the mother of my Lord? For the moment your greeting reached my ears, the child in my womb leapt for joy. Yes, blessed is she who believed that the promise made her by the Lord would be fulfilled." As we listen to that story, we're just about near Christmas. And this time is a time of, Christmas is known for a time of giving. When we gather for Christmas, what and who and how we give is so very important. There's a couple of little things that I shared, and this is what I shared with our parish community on the weekend. There's a couple of little things that we can give that don't cost anything. I said that Christmas cards are finished now. Australia Post takes 2 weeks, and unless it's in a package, you're not going to get it. The budget's probably gone, so it's buying all the Christmas presents and all the different things. So something that doesn't cost anything is the gift of your own presence. Gift of your own presence and time in your families. And often too, because the work that we do and the places that we are, we sometimes can lose sight of that. That's something that we can all give. It doesn't cost us anything. The other thing that we can do too when we give is we give it not according to our own convenience, but when the other needs it. It's very easy to give something to someone because that's all, we don't need it, or whatever we've done. But to give it when the other person needs it is much harder and much more difficult. And finally, the other thing which perhaps wasn't stated so much in the story of the gospel is to give a kind and encouraging word. That all sounds as though it's stating the obvious. That's what Christmas is about, and we sort of say Merry Christmas very often, or we're part of it, we're celebrating it here today even. But saying Merry Christmas at the moment in our world doesn't seem to be quite the same, because everyone's angry. So many people are angry. Masked or unmasked, this government, that government, vaccinated or unvaccinated, in or out of venues, travel or not to travel, all of those things. I'm not here to state any side, but for all of us, sometimes we lose the sight of this little picture that's in front of you. The Holy Family who brought this little child into the world and made a difference. And that little family there, yes, it's a holy picture, but it's your family. In the midst of the busyness and the craziness of this world and life and whatever's happening, all the important decisions that you're making on behalf of us, our community, sometimes we just need to refocus back to the family, to see that this little child made a difference. And I ask you to think of what character are you in that picture today? Yes, you've got the little child, you've got a mother and a father, you've got the wise ones, you've got a little shepherd, you've got all the things around it. But you're part of that story. We all are. And sometimes we can lose sight of the little one that's in that manger. Regardless of our beliefs and where we're from and what denominations, makes a difference. Makes a difference. And so perhaps as we gather, and the important gathering here today, and as I shared with our own community and I shared with my own self, one of the things which challenged me to refocus were 6 families in Tasmania. They lost their little child, their children, and some are still in hospital. That reminds me to refocus on what's important. To not be angry, but to give of our time, of ourselves, not when we think it's right, and importantly, especially, a kind and encouraging word. Maybe we can all refocus our energies and just be reminded of that, because there is much to be grateful for. There is much to be grateful for. So maybe then perhaps you just open the little thing. So my prayer for you each today is to just simply put that little card, you can look at the pictures on the back or the front, as a little reminder of what is important. May the Christ child gather you and your family to celebrate that love for you all. May the shepherds who gathered in awe be you with your friends and loved ones as you celebrate his birth. And may, as the wise ones looked and followed the stars, you too celebrate these special and sacred days in and with your own families with peace and joy. Merry Christmas to you all and to your families and to our community. And stay safe.
And to you, Father.
Thank you,
God bless.
Father. Thank you. And on behalf of Council and the staff, Father, may we wish you a safe and blessed Christmas as well. Thank you.
Merry Christmas, everybody.
Merry Christmas, Father.
Well, councillors, we have 6 councillors present today. Councillor Mather will be joining us later on. She's attending the funeral service of a Rural Fire Brigade member from the Caves who tragically lost his life in an industrial accident at work. So she'll be joining us a bit later on. So apart from Councillor Mather, no leave of absence or apologies. Confirmation of minutes of the previous meeting. firstly on the 16th of November 2021 and the special meeting of the 18th of November 2021. Moving both, Councillor?
Sure.
Okay. So Councillor Hutton is moving both. Seconded. Councillor Bello, thank you very much. All in favour? Carried unanimously, thank you. The councillors, before we get into the agenda proper and the deputation, can I just take a few moments to acknowledge the former councillor Mike Pryor, who died last week. Mike was a councillor in Livingstone Shire Council for over 20 years, which is a significant service to the community. He was first elected as the Division 2 councillor in 1988, and his final term of office was in the 2004 to 2008 council election. He sought not to seek re-election at the time of amalgamation with Rockhampton Regional Council. So, councillors, I just wanted to pay tribute to Councillor Pryor's service, and I'm sure those of us that knew Mike would remember him fondly, and also as a man of complete integrity. Councillor Friend, I believe you have some messages from some members of the community on Councillor Pryor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just going to read something that someone has sent to me. And Council, first and foremost, wishes to acknowledge a wonderful man whose impact on the community will be long remembered. The following is written by Susie Watson, editor from The Spectator, and with her permission, I wish to share this with you. Vale Mike Pryor Sr. The Pryor family of Yeppoon have announced that Mike Pryor Sr. has passed away aged 88. Mike Pryor, devoted husband to Margaret and loving father to Diane, Mike and Ned, died last Wednesday in Yeppoon Hospital. Mike Pryor was long-serving Livingstone Shire councillor, elected in 1988 and 1991, 1994, 97 and 2000 and also 2004 in the local government elections, serving for 20 years. He chose not to stand in 2008 when Livingstone Shire Council was amalgamated with Rockhampton. Being a coast resident, though, and a woodworker, and an ex-Livingstone Shire councillor, Mike Pryor designed and made a gavel for the new council, and it was a wonderful gift. It was Mike who promoted the use of recycled water to farmers. He was very water-wise. He was a person who worked in the background to improve the Shire, quietly. In council, he was a thoughtful member. His considered opinions were delivered eloquently, often with a smile on his face, with humour when necessary. Mike was a good friend to others, and he put his skillful hands to work on many occasions, building a beautiful timber boat as well as traditional squatters' chairs. Before council, Mike was well known as skipper of cruise boats. As manager of Great Keppel Island Cruises, Mike was one of the pioneers of tourism to Great Keppel Island, being part of the revolution from single-hull Fiesta and Oceanus to exciting Keppel Cats. A great tourist ambassador, Mike was always available to chat with passengers, imparting his considerable local knowledge. Mike had a long association with the creek. He worked with Wally Muller fishing on the River Song and later on the Karela, thank you, Karela. He skippered the Sakoma out of Fig Tree Creek for the Clutha Mining Company execs, and then the charter boat Dolphin. He was later manager and skipper of the cruise boats to Keppel, and he was manager of the golf club at Iwasaki for a period. Mike was also a very skillful woodworker and, as I said, boat builder, a friendly personality who will be missed. There is a remembrance service for him at Yeppoon Town Hall this afternoon. And being that council has convened this ordinary meeting today, we are unable to attend, yet we send our heartfelt condolences to the Pryor family. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Item 5, councillors, is the declaration of interest in matters on the agenda. Do we have any declarations of interest? No? All right, so recorded, thank you. Which brings us to item 6, which is the public forums and deputations. And we have a deputation this morning from the Capricorn Coast Business Pro-Choice Group. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm not sure who's presenting. I think there are 3 presenters today, as I understand it. Okay, the floor is yours, Lorith. And councillors, can I introduce Lorith Rumble to the table? Thank you.
Hi everyone. definitely enhance the lifestyle or experiences that can be found here. All of us have a great passion for what we do, a passion for service, for people, for making profit, and this passion is now being drained from our beings. So many business owners I've spoken to over the last few days have told us that they just want to sell their businesses and get out. It almost feels like the state government is trying to close down small businesses. The large businesses like Coles, Woolworths, Bunnings, shopping centres and even mining dining rooms with unlimited capacity seems largely unaffected by these mandates, and yet a cafe can seat 10 diners is not able to allow a vaccine-free customer in. Small business continue to dominate the Australian economy, with 99.8% of all Australian businesses considered small to medium. The mandates remove our moral dignity, forcing us to do things we don't feel comfortable doing. Not being able to serve all the people that walk in our door goes against the fibre of every business owner. It is the reason we exist. Discrimination has no place in our society, and our right to choose who we serve has been removed. Then there are all these stories of the vaccine adverse events that's happening to us at the moment. The Beacher chef suffered from seizures straight after his first shot with no prior history of them. His wife had to rush him to emergency, and doctors are refusing to give him an exemption for his second shot. The 16-year-old waitress from View Wine Bar and Restaurant had to attend ER in Rockhampton 3 times with severe chest pains after her first shot. They kept sending her home with only painkillers. One of our employees last night, unfortunately, her 38-year-old husband had a stroke after his first shot of Pfizer, and she has had to stop working for us and now has to look after him and their kids full time. He was otherwise perfectly healthy. Whatever you may have been told, these reactions are not rare, and they are not always mild. Myocarditis can cause dilated cardiomyopathy over time, resulting in end-stage heart failure and requiring a heart transplant. Adverse events are not being tracked sufficiently, and they're not even recorded in some cases. We deserve to know more information to be able to give full consent. Why is the state government removing our right to choose what happens with our bodies? We deserve to see the contracts that the government and the pharmaceutical companies have signed. All of these people I mentioned above did not want to take that shot. They've been forced to do so to keep their jobs, to earn a living and to look after their families. Our right to choose what happens to our bodies should never be taken away, especially not when there's significant risk with little information being released. A week ago, we as the Capricorn Coast business owners created a survey to try and track the economic impacts of these mandates when they kicked in on the 17th of December. This is usually our busiest time of the year, the festive season. We surveyed 244 business owners and employees from our region. Most of our respondents were from industries of education, health services, hospitality, tourism, retail, and social and community services. I will go through some of our slides to show you the results that came out of our survey. So as I mentioned, we had 244 respondents, of which 43% of those were business owners. The total number of respondents comprised of about 5,740 staff or employees that will be affected in the Livingstone Shire and Rockhampton region. Thanks. 64% or 2,919 staff do not wish to be vaccinated of that number. This is the wide range of industries that have been affected, so I went through most of those. The only other one I missed was mining, IT, telecommunications, events and live performances. So it's really a really broad spectrum of industries that are affected. 52% of the respondents were on restricted business list. So even though not everyone that responded were specifically on this list, it's important to note that the rest of the respondents were still affected through the services they deliver. For instance, we have an IT company. He can't service some of his clients because they have vaccine mandates in place, and so he loses that contract if his technicians is not vaccinated. 65% of our respondents said that they are at risk of losing their employment. 18% are unsure if they will be at risk of losing their employment due to the mandates. 37% of the respondents will lose 80 to 100% of their annual income or revenue. 59% of our respondents will lose more than half their income or revenue. And this is the total number that we estimate to be lost in annual revenue and income for this region from these respondents. So that's a really big number there, 45 million, and it's a third of the Livingstone Shire's total budget.
That's only of those people.
That's only the ones that responded. That's just the figures we got from our survey. So I think it's really important. We've listened to some heartbreaking stories since Friday. Members of our community and other business owners dobbing business owners in, police waiting outside before a shop has even opened their doors to confront the shop owner. One lady walked into a restaurant after having to change over to takeaway only without placing an order, only to say, "This is what you get when you don't follow the rules," to rub salt into their wounds. This business owner lost $15,000 since Friday, forced to switch to takeaway only, and he worries about how he will keep his staff employed. Another local restaurant owner closed his business down without enough chefs and estimates his losses for the next week over Christmas at $120,000 conservatively. These are all people who contribute to our local economy and our community. The mandates are creating a very nasty society and one we definitely don't want to be a part of. After Cyclone Marcia, our community banded together and strangers helped each other out. It was wonderful to watch, and to this day we have an amazing, caring community who are unified and loving. These mandates are ripping apart the very fabric of our united community by discriminating against people and removing their right to choose in more ways than one. Who they can serve in their businesses, who they can employ, where they can freely go, enter, dine, shop, or meet up with friends. Yesterday, our children were denied takeaway ice cream after playing at the Kraken because their carer only had her first shot. This is a place we have supported since the first day they opened their doors. This is un-Australian, and we are slowly but surely losing our Australian spirit, which usually brings people from all walks of life together. Thanks. I'll hand over to Hannah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. Robin has asked me to speak briefly about the impact to my business and the community. I'm known to most of you. I do have 10 businesses based in Yeppoon. I employ over 800 people in this community, so that obviously the mandates have a significant impact on me. In those businesses that I have in this local area, I have the Rocks Cafe, the Rocks Bar and Restaurant, Two Sisters, and a number of fishing and tourism business as well. In the Rocks, I employ 64 people in that business. I'll just refer to my numbers. 9 of the 64 are single vaxxed. 4 are not getting vaxxed and 3 of them are under 16. In my tourism business, in fishing, we have about 12 employees in that business. 4 of them, which are my coxswains, won't be getting vaxxed. And then that business, and 2 of them are single vaxxed at this time, but they're in administration. So for me, managing the vaccination and the vaccination mandates has been quite difficult. What we've done to sustain operations through this time is we've had consultation meetings every week for the last 4 weeks. In the previous 2 weeks, we've had with all of the employees. In the previous 2 weeks, we've had 2 meetings a week. We've got my risk team have been doing a risk assessment based on the Queensland Health Guidelines every day. So we're doing a very comprehensive RA based on that. Then we have met individually with every person who is single vaxxed with regards to having a stat deck and providing information on when they'll be double vaxxed and putting in place extra systems for them to be able to work in their businesses until their second vaccination. They are also being tested every day before shift, so we've had to buy all of the kits. We're testing them prior to every shift to make sure that they're negative, and they have extra PPE equipment that they're wearing to serve. And we also, for those unvaccinated, not without their second vaccination, where those 17 people are on an individual management plan, that our HR team is managing until they are at a point where they're double vaxxed. On top of that, our unvaccinated team, we've relocated some of them. Some of them have lost their employment. So one of them is a single mother of 5 children. They won't be employed in the business because we actually at this time can't cater for them. And so some people have lost position. Hooked fishing has shut at this time. We're not operating any further. We can't operate. Simply because of the vaccination and the mandate rules, which is really difficult for us when we have solid bookings from now until the end of March every day. So that's really, really disappointing to our tourism market. Our hooked fishing is a complimentary tourism service that we offer, which is catch and cook, which also supports the restaurant, and we have a lot of businesses and groups that fly in from different areas to access hooked fishing because it's quite a successful barramundi and fishing charter. So we've closed that down at this time for operation because we can't run it. We have had a team in our HR team that have had to manage an organisational restructure in the business. Some of our people that are unvaccinated are in final term of their pregnancy. Other people have got medical conditions where they don't want to take the risk but won't be supported medically by a doctor, which is fine, but they simply will not get vaccinated, and I personally do support their decision. For me, I personally support vaccination, and I am vaccinated. And I agree with vaccination. So my position is quite different to some of the other people in the business group. My husband is, of course, in the highest risk group of people that if he was exposed to COVID, it would have a huge impact on him. So from my personal point of view, I do support vaccination, and I do support it in my family unit. Where I'm extraordinarily challenged is I don't support my responsibility to manage other people to be vaccinated, and I don't think that that's my job. It has put enormous risk and enormous challenges to our business operation and to our ability to sustain our operations in the region. I think that for me, what is most challenging is that the benchmark keeps changing and the rules keep changing, and we can't sustain it. So where we were originally indicated that at 90% vaccination or 80% vaccination, we would be opened up, we would be able to trade, and then we would be able to service our community and our businesses would be able to operate. Those benchmarks are changing consistently. I note that our local member from Rockhampton was at 90, said that we reached 90% vaccination in this region yesterday. So that's his social media post that he's put up, which I think is very significant. Is 9 out of 10 people. So what I want is really that the double vaccination mandate be removed from businesses. I want, my position is that local council, Cap Enterprise, Chamber of Commerce, business leaders should be positioning themselves not around the risk of COVID and the COVID movement and those things, but around the vaccination mandate. The vaccination mandate is too inconsistent to maintain. It is impossible. And it is, in my opinion, ineffective. I can have two people that sit on a bus for 45 minutes to come to the Rocks restaurant. They can sit next to each other. One can be vaccinated, one can be not vaccinated. They can walk up the stairs and I can serve one of them, but I can't serve the other one of them. The inconsistency is ridiculous. I can have people in outdoor areas at the lagoon, but I can't have them in outdoor areas on a boat. I can have people served. I can have people served at the cafe downstairs, but they can't sit in the outdoor area downstairs, but they have to sit in the grassed area if they're not double vaccinated. I believe that the inconsistency isn't effective. I don't believe that we're effectively controlling if COVID is spreading, and I'm aware that there are different strains and what the movements look like, but I do think that the mandate is ridiculous and can't be enforced. My position is that we as a community and as members of the public need to be saying to our government, open up the borders, open up our businesses, give the business owners the opportunity to operate effectively and efficiently, remove the double vaccination expectation on our employees and on our ability to serve the customer. They can go to a library. They can't go to a library, but they can go to Woolworths. They can go to Bunnings, but they can go to other menus. It's just ridiculous. It's unsustainable and it's inconsistent. Report on hospitals only, give us updates and let people have the right to make the choice about vaccination. We have a very, very limited pool of skilled workforce here. We can't, this local area can't sustain the hospitality and tourism industry. We simply can't. You take a third of our workforce out, we're finished. We're shutting doors, we can't sustain, we're in our peak season. It's our time that we will get money back from the previous year. It is our time that we are serving the tourist public, and we're hamstrung. We just are hamstrung by the expectations to sustain the double vaccination mandate, which I think is impossible and inconsistent. So that's basically my position. I'm happy to answer any questions at a later date on the impact of operations, but I do think it's unreasonable, and I think as a strong voice we can really challenge those mandates around them being selected to some areas and not to other areas and the impacts to them on our local area. Thank you for listening. Carl.
Hi, thanks again, Alan, for letting us come here. I just want to talk about council. You're actually the closest to our community. You are the actual grassroots government. and you have a duty to represent us and protect our community from harm both within our community and outside, because you're right here, okay? You're actually in a very unique position, being so close to the people, because you see the division, you see the damage, you see the devastation and the danger that we've presented here, and also from what we have seen in other states of what lockdowns and mandates and segregation do. You have seen it. And we are, we're seeing it between business owners, as Laura said, dobbing in, and for what purpose is this division, and why did a date have to create this? Before the 17th, we could do business as usual. Why did a date have to create this division? The danger of making hospitals now a place of rejection for people who need health services simply because they do not consent to a vaccination and being looked at as second-class citizens. There are about 4 doctor surgeries have said no unvaccinated people have come in. So this is the division and that it's creating here. The Northern Territory business groups who have done a class action on the government, they said the impacts on their businesses they've experienced was loss of jobs, loss of businesses, families at odds with each other arguing, levels of mental health and stress going through the roof, people forced to take the vaccine and then seeing the real result of what it's doing to the people's health in the community. But worst of all, have seen what suspending normal democratic process does to a government who was high on their power trip, enforcing draconian, unreasonable laws on everyday people. That was a statement from them up in the Northern Territory. Look, Andy, I just want to talk to you all individually because, Andy, I see your heart as a community and you've shown this. You're out there. Out of everyone here, you've been consistent at attending all the community meetings, who are voicing their concerns and hearing the struggles they have to face. You've heard it loud and clear from the very first meeting, the anger and frustration in the people, and you acted on that. And I just want to applaud you for taking action on that. My question is, but what more can be done? Adam, you're always up for a chat with everyone in the community. You're always asking people what they think. You're always listening to them and acknowledging their responses. This is your gift. But you made a promise on your advertising material when people voted to you. It says, your choice, his voice. Well, people want to choose. We want to have our freedom to choose. So I'm asking, is your voice going to reflect that? I spoke to Glenda this morning and I shared my thoughts about her. Nigel, you've actually become a very strong pillar in our community. You've been a teacher for years. You're president of the Lions Club. And I noted that the vision statement for the Lions Club is to be a global leader in community and humanitarian service. Your slogan being liberty, intelligence, our nation's safety. And I'm sure the Lions Club stands firm on the liberty, community and humanitarian service without discriminating our community, and you lead them in these ways. I really believe that. Pat, your passion to serve and protect the people started with you being a police officer, and then you're a chaplain at Yeppoon School for 20 years, showing children how to surf, and now as a counsellor. Your heart encompasses what community is about. Roads, it's not by default or coincidence you're in this position. You've been placed here as a counsellor. You have served in Livingstone all your life. That is who you are. In sporting clubs, community ventures, and particularly playing a role in setting up our first food bank in Yeppoon. You've also provided a voice to the community over these years through your family newspaper business, giving everyone an opportunity to be heard. And Andrea, when I first met you, you were in the role of customer service and counsel, and you wanted to do more than just take an inquiry. You wanted to get in there and have a higher position and influence in our community. So you have stepped into this role, and I seriously see your passion and your love for this area. It's very clear and genuine. So as our leaders, do you believe, based on the evidence given to you, that these mandates are going to benefit our community? You see the cost, as per the precedents in other states of Australia, that our community is going to pay in order to follow these mandates, whether you're vaccinated or not. Do you realise when it comes to about 6 months' time and everyone's ready for the booster shot, they'll be all classified unvaccinated until they get it. So everybody is going to be put back into that unvaccinated status. So it's on, off, on, off. Are you okay? Are you not? What cost are you as a council willing to pay to stand up, to fight, to push back against the very thing that is going to destroy our economy and our people in the area that we love? Sorry.
While you're having a little tea, I'll say something. One thing I did want to add was that I don't think the local businesses should not enforce the vaccination standards. I think they should. I don't think they should risk getting fined. I don't think they should expose themselves to the government standards. I think that's inappropriate advice, and I've talked to these ladies about that. I think that is a poor leadership to our workforce. I think where our voice is here and above, and it is to remove the vaccinations and to use our power in that capacity. I don't think that our power is to take on Queensland Health or local police because they are only doing their job. And I don't think we should send messages to our staff to do the wrong thing by those laws because I think they expose the businesses and our community. What I do think we should do is harness the energy of the community to change the mandate, and that should be a message that comes from all of the business communities so I don't think we should risk businesses that can't cope with the fines and the stress and the legal implications. We have to have another approach, and that approach has to be a very powerful approach with a lot of other local governments and organisations that says this is inconsistent and ridiculous. Are you right now?
I'm good.
Yeah, good.
So all of Australia is actually looking at your poon. You don't realise when you did that vote that day what's happened. The amount of phone calls that we have got from shires all around Queensland, then Northern Territory, then South Australia, then Victoria, then New South Wales, WA, Tasmania is the only one that has not contacted us. But they're saying, what did you do? We want this in our shire for them to listen. So you did something no one thought was possible, and other councils then followed suit, and they are waiting for what you are going to do to lead them in the next, I believe. We want you to link with these other councils, discuss actions together to get the voice of the people heard loud and clear. I just want to say, are you going to be able to walk the streets and look at our people in the eye and say, I did everything possible to stand up and serve you on your behalf? That is what I need to really ask. Are you willing, and can you do that? I feel like we need to have a natural disaster happen again, like Cyclone Marsha, like the bushfires, because that's what brought our community together. Because then this whole vaccination thing, people wouldn't care, all right? They wouldn't care. Come help. I don't care what you are. So we want the council to actually investigate working with other councils to get those voices louder. And our main thing we're asking is for you to push that in our shire is no discrimination. We don't condone that in our shire. Everybody is seen the same. So that is what we are asking. So thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your deputation, and we will obviously consider that. All right. Item 7, councillors, is business arising. Sorry. I beg your pardon, so I need to receive that, beg your pardon. So the recommendation, councillors, is that the deputation be received. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Moved Councillor Eastwood, seconded Councillor Friend. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. All right. Item 7, business arising or outstanding from previous meetings. Thank you, folks. Okay. And Mr. CEO, I believe we now have the officers presenting the business outstanding report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, as has been customary, I'll ask Brett and Michael to join us this morning. We'll work our way through what is pleasingly a diminishing business outstanding table, and I think we're scratching another couple off the list today.
to start, Mr Mayor. The first item is the Marlborough Church. So we've received an updated valuation, and we're just confirming that through our property team at the moment in order to put this property on the market in the new year, and hopefully we can resolve this item. It's been on the books for a very long time, and hopefully the new year sees the end of the transaction.
With respect to the trustee lease with the Pune Inlet Association, Department of Resources has advised that the survey plan associated with that's not expected to be completed until the end of March next year.
Mr Chair, just to the officer there. Thanks for that. I'm just curious, how are they going with the time frames that, I gather people would be cognizant of the time frames that were connected to, even with the ILUA agreement, and there was a 2-year time requirement. Are we tracking, was that true, and are we tracking with that? And if it's not, well, can you just correct me on?
Yeah, I'd have to take that on notice, Councillor. What I can advise is that I've noted that some work is still continuing in parallel, so another structure was removed, presumably by the owner of that structure in the last month or so.
Right.
So there is other work running in parallel.
Okay, thank you.
Item 3, traffic management on Bangalee Beach. Officers have prepared a report for the January meeting, and at that meeting we'll be discussing terms of reference for a community steering group, and then we'll undertake some references, reviews with the community on the best location for a ramp, and also any other traffic management issues along the beachfront there.
Through the chair, if I may, in relation to this, it was brought to the December briefing session about the terms of reference. My question, I suppose, is why is it not at today's meeting? And with all due respect, I understand how officers are actually under pressure at this time of year, but if it has been prepared, why is it not at this meeting? Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Councillor. At the briefing session, the officers put forward the terms of reference, and we asked for some comments and feedback from the councillors, and we have received 1 or 2 pieces of commentary from councillors, and we were looking to finalise that and just ensure that all the councillors had a say so that we could finalise the list of names for the committee. So that was the reason why we've just delayed it by a couple of weeks, to make sure that we don't miss any council comments.
Thank you very much.
On that particular issue too, have there been any meetings of the reference group up there?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, not at this stage. So we've got the names of the key personnel, and we're just finalising any outstanding community groups of interest. So that'll form the report in January, so we can then begin our first meeting.
All right, thank you.
The tenancy at the Hub Council on the 10th of December received correspondence back from solicitors representing the prospective tenant, identifying that most outstanding, if not all outstanding matters had been resolved, and they were hoping to have a executed lease by close of business for Christmas. Obviously that's this Friday. I know that there've been a lot of hope on both sides of the table to date, but we're aiming for that deadline. I suspect it'll be more likely January. The local law review continues. There was a 2-day workshop held in Yeppoon several weeks ago that involved one councillor, portfolio holder for that. As a result of that workshop, the solicitors working on it are currently doing some tweaking, some final drafting, and that will be sent through for officers to look at before bringing it to council at a briefing session.
Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Bacon. I really appreciate that, and the solicitors and the local law officers are doing an amazing job with this. However, do we have a timeline as yet?
Not off the top of my head, councillor. No, I'd have to take that and ask the manager.
Thank you, if you would. Thank you.
With respect to the notion of motion on tree protection, there were reports discussed at the briefing session around biodiversity strategy and the open space master plan. There is a local law review which includes significant vegetation draft local law, and there's contemplation still being progressed around the amendments to the planning scheme as well. The lease for the Bureau of Meteorology, that was executed by the Bureau and subsequently executed by Council yesterday. So that one is all but finished. The Yamba state land, that will be the subject of a briefing session to discuss this matter further with councillors now that we've had some further information from the state regarding its intentions, which aren't necessarily short term. They're probably more medium term with respect to, say, 2 or 3 years down the track, but we'll bring that to a briefing session for councillors. The sale of the land at Burnett Street, Yeppoon, that was anticipated to settle on the 17th of December. Everyone was heading towards that. There was a slight glitch involving a bank on the purchaser side, so it is now anticipated that that should occur tomorrow.
Item 10, recycled water, Emu Park Golf Club. So officers have completed a analysis of the capital and maintenance costs and the ownership of infrastructure on the site, and a briefing report will be presented in February. Item 11, Adelaide Street, Yeppoon parking. So the master plan has been completed, and inquiries continue into the liability issues with the hang glider association and activities.
The exploration of beach permits is ongoing, and a briefing report will come to council. It's anticipated February at this juncture. The notice of motion regarding signage in place of tree removal pertaining to views, a report will be brought to the briefing session in February regarding that matter and providing a couple of options for council.
Item 14, playground equipment, Rocky View. A business case has been developed and will be presented as part of the 22-23 budget deliberations. Item 15, strategic road network planning. So a report will be presented at the February council meeting outlining our future needs and planning for the transport network.
Item 16, which is the acquisition of Lot 10 in the Gateway. The buyer has returned the signed contract. Council is awaiting the deposit. Once that's paid, then that contract will be executed. The potential sale of land at Freeman Street, there was some discussion around the application of GST to that particular matter. That has now been resolved, and contract will expect to be executed in the coming days. The BMX, Capricorn Coast BMX Club, meeting is scheduled with the club to discuss their terms of the tenure. At this stage, due to the continued wet weather, fill is still being stored on that site until such time as a new one can be established. But having said that, that fill will not be wasted or have to be removed again. That will be able to be used at Barmarie.
Item 19, a letter has been sent to the Minister for Transport regarding the Yeppoon Rockhampton Road upgrade, and we're awaiting a response. Mr Mayor, I'm not sure if you've heard anything at this stage.
Nothing at this stage.
Item 20, Yeppoon Resource Recovery Centre. Part of this resolution was that officers will bring back a report to council in February with the options for funding, and this project is currently out to tender and closes on the 24th of January, so we'll have a firm idea from the market on this project as we go forward.
Item 21 pertaining to the Stage 2 of Homemaker Centre. There were discussions held on the 15th of December internally regarding possible road configuration. That will now progress towards informing the plan, which is lodged as part of the development application. For item 22, which are future stages of the Gateway, the reports associated with that particular application are currently being progressed, the most notable of which is the stormwater management assessment. it's anticipated that that will be with council sometime in the next probably month.
And item 23, Mount Charlton Reservoir. Similarly, a report will be brought back to the February meeting to detail the funding opportunities and options. This project won't be going out to tender until the new year, so we won't have the market test completed by then, but we'll have an understanding on the different options for funding this project.
Any questions of the officers, councillors?
Oh, only just could we add a number 24 in the outriggers, if that was at all possible for next meeting?
Is there an update on where that particular matter is at, gentlemen?
No, I'd have to take it on notice, councillor, and go back to the relevant officers.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so councillors, we've got a recommendation that the business outstanding table for the ordinary council meeting be received. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Moved Councillor Bello, seconded Councillor Friend. Thank you. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We are now at item 9.1, which is a council report. Thank you, gentlemen. And we have a matter from Councillor Friend. So, Councillor Friend, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At the LGAQ conference in Mackay this year, I attended a dinner for women leading in the local government program, and this was attended by female mayors and councillors throughout the state. It was part of a program that they had undertaken, and that they had great respect for, and that they enjoyed learning through this program. So I indicated that at the time I was interested in to learn more about this program. So I received a few emails and I sent them off to the CEO's office. And obviously there is an investment, financial investment, if I was to attend this program, and it needed to sit at this table. So it was really evident to me that those councillors and mayors across the state that did attend gained a tremendous insight into themselves and their ability to enhance their own performance as a councillor or mayor for their communities. So I'm really asking, the council table what their thoughts were, and leaving it up to my fellow members to state whether they think it's a good investment. The information in relation to this course is actually in the attachment 1, and it states a couple of things: deeper awareness of strengths and opportunities, strengthening of emotional intelligence, increase in confidence and courage. I don't think I need that part. Broader and adaptive strategic mindset. And it just goes on to how it actually helps those councillors undertake their jobs in a more enhanced way for their community. Thank you. I'll leave it to you, members. It's up to you.
Councillor Eastwood.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I couldn't find anything in the literature about how long it goes for. It's not just for a couple of nights, is it?
I don't believe so. I believe it is face-to-face for a couple of days and then online for the rest of it. And I believe that it goes, could go for a couple of months off and on. So apparently, let's see, there's 5 online modules, webinars, videos, etc., online discussions and forums, 3 times confidential coaching sessions, and a 2-day intensive workshop. So it doesn't actually give you the from and completion date.
Okay, yeah.
But it is in 2022.
Oh, thank you.
Councillors, the only comment I would make, and it doesn't reflect my view on this particular decision, is this is certainly one of the more expensive programs I've seen offered through local government.
Members, I'm quite happy with whatever decision you make today, because I also am a member of LawMac, an executive member of LawMac, Local Authority Waste Management Action Committee Incorporated, and I do tend to travel to be a part of those conferences that LawMac undertake around the state. So it's really up to you.
Mr. CEO, what's the budget for, if you can help me with this one, please, for these matters?
Mr Mayor, the remaining budget for councillor training for this financial year is $6,816.
Right, so that would pretty much consume the rest of the budget if this was agreed to.
Indeed, yes.
Okay. Councillor Watson?
Through the chair, Councillor, is there a possibility that this course will be held again next year?
I believe so. I believe it's held every year.
Right. Councillor Eastwood, you having trouble with microphones? Oh, well, you're getting stereo. You can speak into both of them now. That's right. Yeah, no. Yeah, well, perhaps, Councillor Friend, if I could make a suggestion that this be considered within the budget, the forthcoming budget, for perhaps attendance in the following year, because I'm just a little bit uneasy about expiring the rest of the councillor training budget with one particular item.
Mr. Mayor, I'm very, very thrilled with that. That's fine.
Okay, thank you. So we'll have the recommendation change that that council decline the request, and we'll add a little bit on the end, I think, in relation to perhaps including the request for councillor Friend to attend the women's, take out the two, the women leading in local government training, and include this matter for consideration in the 2023, I think it is, isn't it? Yeah, 22 to 2023 budget. Councillor.
Just a question to the CEO. What is the total of that budget anyway? That, like, this is the remainder of what's in the budget for 21, 22. What's the total of that line item?
Apologies, Mr Mayor, I haven't got that number to hand, just the remainder. At the moment, my guess would be it's somewhere double or triple that, but I don't know the number.
I thought it was around
offhand.
20-odd thousand, but I could be picking figures out of the air.
It won't take long to find out, but I just don't know offhand.
All right, thank you. So are you all comfortable with the amendment, Councillor, before we sort of go to the vote on this?
I'm very comfortable with the amendment. It was probably more a question also to see. I'm curious: is there an allocation per councillor, or is it as a whole?
My understanding is it's a holistic budget.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
That's correct, Mr Mayor. I think in an ideal sense we would do, as we do for staff, probably a bit of a matrix of needs and budget accordingly. That's not what's typically been done, and this budget would reflect simply probably a carry on from previous years.
That was my next question, Mr Mayor, is the potential to roll over the leftover from this budget into the following budget.
No, normally what happens, Councillor, is if you've got operational expenditure that doesn't roll over, capital expenditure can. All right. Yeah. Councillor Hutton?
My only fear, and it's obviously there is a high price for attendance, but attendance, all training comes at a price, and it's the outcome that you achieve from it's really important. Would it be the case, that councillors are going to be more inclined when there's 12 months left of a term to invest this amount of money in an individual councillor to undertake training than what they would be knowing that we're only halfway through the term with 2 years to go? There will come a point when I think that will become a consideration going, is it a worthwhile investment on behalf of the community with less time left to see the benefits achieved for the community, knowing that, and that's just something for us to consider. I don't know what the answer is, but I do know that in the past we have had, at the end of the term, conversations or any even professional development where the entire council table was intended to do, that they went, oh, well, let's not do that because there's only 12 months left and we don't want to expend funds knowing that the term's so close coming to an end, that maybe that's a factor here as well.
Well, in response to that, I don't really have an answer either, but certainly we can always seek a budget amendment to have the operational funds redirected to training if that's necessary. Yeah. Mr. CEO.
Mr Mayor, I was able to get the response to Councillor Hutton's question. It's $15,000 was allocated for councillor training for this year. Tasks that have been set of me are to facilitate 4 training programs for councillors each financial year and 2 councillor team building sessions annually. I did bring to you a bit of a program earlier in the year, and we've ticked off a couple of those, and there's a couple planned for the new year. Certainly outside of that, the ability to accommodate individual needs is going to be somewhat constrained this year, but certainly if we wanted to give that considered approach to things for 22-23, alongside your request for the group training sessions, and we can set budgets accordingly.
All right, thank you, Mr. CEO. All right, councillors, so we've got a proposed recommendation there that council decline the request for Councillor Friend to attend the Women Leading in Local Government training and include this matter for consideration in the 2022-2023 budget. That's a mouthful. All right, so can I get a mover and a seconder, please, on this one? Moved Councillor Watson, thank you. Seconded? Oh, I'll second it, okay. All right, so Councillor Watson, did you wish to speak to the recommendation at all?
No, I'm fine with what we've done. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
All right. Anyone speaking against? Anyone wish to speak for?
I just want to commend Councillor Friend for, I guess, her desire to improve, and she saw this as an opportunity, and I commiserate with her that it's not successful this time, but I know that her intentions are good in this space, and I think it also perhaps helps remind others, certainly myself, of the desire to continually improve. So all the best next time with that.
Thank you, Councillor Bello.
All right. Anyone speaking against? All right. Well, Councillor Friend, I'll just, I'm not wrapping up because it's Councillor Watson's recommendation at this point, but I also commend you. I know how hard you work, and I know how seriously you take your role, and this is obviously another step for you to enhance your skill set. But as I said before, I'm just a little bit nervous about expiring the remaining budget pretty much to do this, and I'll be more than happy to support this inclusion in the 2022-23 budget for you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm happy to support it also.
Okay. All right, councillors, we'll wrap up debate and go to the vote on this one. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you very much. So, item 10.1, Audit Risk and Improvement Committee meeting, 8th of November 2021. So, Mr CEO, we have who presenting this report?
That will be for me, Mr Mayor. In the absence of the Chief Financial Officer, I'll present on that report, and then I'll invite the ladies, Paula and Catherine, to join us for some of the subsequent reports. Item 10.1 relates to the latest.
Yeah, what about, sorry?
Did I miss 9.2? Oh, my humble apologies. Sorry. I got really gung-ho. There we go. Item 9.2, sorry, Mr CEO, Joint Community Voice Panel, Planning and Strategic Infrastructure and Healthy and Inclusive Community. Okay, Councillor Hutton, did you wish to speak to the report?
I'll defer it to the good Councillor Eastwood. It was a joint.
Okay.
Thanks, Councillor. We've got Mr Mayor, I don't think there's anything to add to that report, and in the interest of brevity of the meeting, I think we'll leave it at that.
All right, thank you, Councillor Eastwood. All right, so councillors, we've got a recommendation that the council receives the Joint Community Voice Panel update from the meeting held on the 6th of December 2021. Councillor Eastwood, are you moving? Councillor Hutton seconding. All in favour? Carried unanimously, thank you. Now, back to you, Mr CEO. My apologies again.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Item 10.1, as is customary and indeed a statutory requirement. A report from each meeting of the Audit, Risk and Improvement Committee is presented to Council for consideration. I'll give a quick précis of the report. The Mayor was in attendance on that occasion, may wish to add some remarks. Councillor Bello was an apology due to attendance at, I think, the Great Keppel Island Master Planning Group. So the committee met on 8 November, full attendance, noting the absence of Councillor Bello on that occasion. A number of the matters that were raised have been raised for information at different meetings of Council, and indeed some are on your agenda again today. Specifically, we have matters in relation to external audit to be determined today. We're asking Council to consider and adopt the internal audit plan following appointment of the internal auditor a couple of meetings ago, and as is good practice for boards and committees, both in the public and private sector, a self-assessment of the performance of the committee, their annual self-assessment, was also initiated at that meeting. Happy to take other questions, or noting that there are some other items that will be next on the agenda for determination.
Any questions of the CEO, councillors? All right. So we'll go to debate on it. We've got the recommendation that the unconfirmed minutes of the Audit, Risk and Improvement Committee held on the 8th of November 2021 be received. Can I get a mover, please? Thank you, Councillor Bello. A seconder? Councillor Eastwood, thank you. All right, Councillor Bello, do you wish to speak to the report?
No, thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. Anyone speaking against? Councillor Eastwood, would you like to speak for? Okay, all right, we'll go to the vote on this one, Councillor. It's pretty straightforward. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Mr. CEO, 10.2.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think Catherine's joining.
Welcome, Catherine.
I think everyone's met Catherine, who's our Risk and Governance Officer and takes charge generally of our...
And we'll also acknowledge Paula as well, Mr. CEO. Thank you.
And Paula will be joining us shortly.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, yes.
The floor is yours, Catherine.
Good morning, Mayor and Councillors. So today I'm presenting to you for your approval our 3-year strategic internal audit program, which incorporates our annual internal audit plan for our 21-22 financial year. The program and plan has been prepared by our contracted internal audit service providers, Pacifica, in consultation with our executive leadership team, which has also been endorsed by our Audit, Risk and Improvement Committee.
Any questions, councillors? It's a fairly comprehensive report.
Probably any question there. Thank you for the report. There was probably importantly what you said there. The committee has considered it and supportive of the plan there. So, yep. Just to clarify that.
Sure. No, there was, I think, within the meeting, councillors, there was a high degree of confidence in Pacifica. Most of the committee members have had professional dealings with Pacifica over the years. And, I think, Mr. CEO, if my reflections are correct, that was well expressed by particularly the chair. Yeah.
Indeed, Mr. Mayor, Carolyn Eagle, who's the principal of that firm, is well known across the local government sector, and indeed was a member of the audit committee here some 5 or 6 years ago, so actually knows this organisation reasonably well. I think that appointment is to be welcomed. The only other observation I would make is that of the year 1 plan, I think the audits align nicely with the priorities that the council has set for the CEO, so specific tasks that you have relayed to me that are your priorities, so around customer service, performance, particularly closeout rates. Our performance in the capital works program are 2 of the 3 projects targeted for this year, alongside then fraud and corruption, which I think we have to be eternally vigilant about. Hopefully that will give us a good report in that regard, but also aid us in the process where all organisations need to be aware that these things are going on, particularly in the cyber world into the future, and also a progress report on implementation of Project Merlin, which, as you know, is a significant project for us. It carries a number of risks, and its success is really important. So I think the program aligns well with council's expectations.
Thank you. Councillor Friend.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you. So, Catherine, I don't know if you can actually answer this question for me, but I did have a question looking at the attachment. So, on page 6 of the attachment and consecutive pages, if we look at page 6, it actually says 5 of the actual report itself. Number 13, it says ineffective management of the impact of climate change on council, and the inherent risk severity rating is extreme. I was just curious to find out why that may be, because council have actually incorporated and placed the coastal hazard adaptation strategy, carbon strategy, environmental strategy, and I just wondered why there was no ticks on the plan moving forward. Could you answer that, why they may have come up with this extreme risk when we are putting measures into place? Perhaps I don't quite understand it. That's...
Sorry, through the chair. Yes, so that risk in particular was obviously identified through our strategic risk register. The rating as it stands is currently under review as part of our annual strategic risk register review. However, actually, Carol, do you want to talk to how we've progressed that?
Yeah, I'm happy to. So you're right, Councillor Friend, in that its inherent risk is at the higher level of things, and what we will do as we progress through applying the controls, some of which will be contained in those plans, is that we endeavour to pull those risks down to a more acceptable level. We haven't applied those treatments just yet to come up with where our residual risk rests,
Yes.
but certainly where we identify extreme risks, then that's the process we work through.
Thank you. It makes sense. Thank you.
Any other questions, councillors? All right, a lot of work in that. So, councillors, the recommendation is that council approve the 3-year strategic internal audit plan for 21 to 24, incorporating the annual internal audit plan financial year 2022. Councillor Bello, did you wish to move this?
Yeah, I'd be happy to move it.
Thank you. Councillor Friend is seconding. Thank you. Councillor Bello, do you wish to speak to the report?
Just briefly, it's just encouraging to see the level of investment, I guess, with the professional capability of all people that are involved in this, in this strategy and the audit plan. It's critical to the organisation, to the integrity of our organisation, and it's encouraging to see it. So happy to support it.
Thank you, Councillor Bello. Anyone speaking against? Councillor Friend, do you wish to speak to it?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Only to say thank you for all the hard work that's gone into this particular plan. Thank you.
Indeed. I'll echo those comments as well, because I know how much work goes into these. Councillor Bello, do you wish to wrap up at all?
No,
all right, so we'll go to the vote on this one, councillors. We've got a mover, Councillor Bello, second Councillor Friend. All in favour? Those against? Okay. Thank you, Catherine. I believe we're up to 11.1, councillors, the External Audit Management Report, the final management letter. Mr. CEO.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And again, in the absence of the Chief Financial Officer, I'll present the External Audit Financial Management Report for 2021. As councillors are aware, our books, like anyone else's, are audited annually. Our audit was undertaken by Deloitte as contract auditors to the Queensland Audit Office this year. In addition to the auditor's report that is contained with the financial statements that was adopted with the annual report last meeting, the Audit Office also provides an observation report to us, which is attached to this particular report. We were issued with an unmodified or unqualified opinion for the presentation of our financial statements, but some other observations are made in relation to the preparation of those statements and other financial matters. If I turn to the report, which is included in the attachment, there is a couple of items that require ongoing attention that remain from this audit last year. One is in relation to the revaluation of assets particularly how we recognise and bring on contributed assets in our organisation. We had some assets not previously recognised and some that should have been de-recognised in prior periods. So in the 2021 financial year, there were material adjustments made to account for the remedy of those errors in the prior year, and we have to continue our work on that to make sure we don't have a repeat of those, the lack of identification of those assets into the future. And then again on page 5 of the attachment is how we determine project completion status when not only we report that to councillors, but how that is represented in our financial statements. So often that's done as a percentage of budget consumed, but that doesn't always reflect the progress of the project itself. So you can have spent 50% of the money, but not necessarily finished 50% of the job. They don't always align. So there's a little bit more science to it than that. And rightly, the auditors have suggested we need to be a little more sophisticated in that space.
Questions, councillors?
Yes,
Friend.
thank you, Mr. Mayor. To Mr. CEO, I think you've just answered my question, but I would just like some clarity. So on page 8 of the attachment, it just states final management report back on October 2019, internal rate of return capitalised to the cost of assets, initially raised in the final management letter in 2017. Now it's still a work in progress. And obviously it says the action date is November 2021. So could you just clarify that for me, if you don't mind?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, happy to. So yes, that matter's not been resolved, councillor friend, and work in progress means we continue to work on that matter, notwithstanding its determination date to have been November. We have work to continue to do on that.
Okay, so it has been continually worked on since 2017, so the last 4 years?
That's correct.
Yeah, thank you. One more question, if I may. Thank you for your indulgence. On the report, the attached report, on every page, right at the bottom, it says sensitive. Should this not have been under confidential?
I don't believe so, Mr. Mayor. It is nominated as sensitive, as you say, but I don't think there's anything in here that shouldn't be for public consumption.
And in dealing with these previously, councillor, if the audit office did not want this published, they'd be very clear about it. Any other questions, councillors? Mr. CEO, is anything in this report that is keeping you awake at night?
Not particularly, Mr. Mayor. I think we're all well aware of the issues that we've had about recognising contributed assets, particularly. And I think we know that we're working on that. It's not a situation that's unique to our organisation, who gets granted and gifted assets. Often we have $1 billion worth of assets on our balance sheet from time to time. There will be ones that we discover historically or that are developed by others and granted to us that have slipped through the cracks. What this says is there needs to be less of that. We need to tighten our systems in order to do that, and our finance staff and our asset management staff are working busily on that.
Thank you. All right, councillors, we've got a recommendation that council notes the observations contained within the final management report, observation report from the Queensland Audit Office for the 2021 financial year. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please? First of all, a mover. Councillor Friend, seconded Councillor Bello. Thank you. All right. Councillor Friend, did you wish to speak to the report?
No, it's not necessary. Thank you.
Anyone speaking against? Councillor Bello, do you wish to speak to the report? All right. Anyone else wish to speak? All right, we'll go to the vote then, councillors. So we've got a mover, Councillor Friend, seconded Councillor Bello. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. All right. And which brings us to 11.2, which is the monthly financial report. Mr CEO, I think you drew the short straw again on this one.
I did, Mr Mayor, but I've got some
We've got backup.
very capable assistants here. So the lady's going to, I think Katie's going to lead off.
Welcome to the table, ladies.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Mayor, Councillors and CEO. Today I am presenting the monthly financial report for the month and year-to-date results for November. Overall, the operating results are remaining strong with a year-to-date surplus of about $8.2 million. This is largely contributed to operating revenue, which at the end of November was $5 million favourable against budget. Particularly better than budgeted expectations are fees and charges, operating grants and subsidies, and rates, levies and charges. Overall operating expenditure is within budgeted expectations. Council also has a healthy cash balance of $84 million, an increase of about $1.2 million in the month of November. This is consistent with the timing of water billing, which is issued quarterly with the last quarter due on December 1st. Total borrowings are sitting at around $64.5 million at the end of November. Our next quarterly debt service repayment occurred in December, and that will bring the balance down even further. The current forecasted capital expenditure is sitting at $53.7 million, with 18% of the capital portfolio expended so far. But if we include committals, that brings that up to approximately 42% of the overall portfolio. Rates and charges outstanding have decreased on the previous month's balance by about $2 million. This is in line with expectations, with no new rating occurring during November. Overall, 60% of our overdue balances are with collection agencies. In the procurement space, continuing with last month's good news story is that Council has continued to procure a similar value of goods and services for businesses located within the Livingstone Shire and the Central Queensland area, with procurement within the Shire still sitting slightly above what we spent in the rest of Central Queensland. And the contracts and tenders team have been busy with 4 contracts awarded, 7 under evaluation and 1 open in the market at the end of November. Councillors, we are happy to take any questions from you in regards to the report.
I'll just make a comment if I can, and Mr CEO, I know I'm a broken record in terms of CapEx, but I'm just noting on the table there that every single program, just about, has significant expenditure to occur in order to meet the yearly budget allocation. So it just raises alarm bells, I think, in my mind anyway.
Indeed, Mr Mayor, as we did at the last meeting, signalled to councillors again that our ability to deliver that program, or the likelihood of us delivering that program in its full, is slim at best, and we will bring to you in February a realistic revision of that program, and also the requested report in relation to funding that series of projects that where additional budget was sought.
Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Friend.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. Ladies, thank you so much for being here and for your hard work. On page 6, there is a graph, cash and cash equivalents, and I note that from June to November 2021, there is no cash on hand, and I'm just wanting to ask you in general terms what that means, that there's no cash on hand.
Can you give us a page reference, please, Councillor Friend?
Page 6 of the attachment.
Page what, sorry?
Page 6 of the attachment.
6, right, yeah.
I beg your pardon? Yes.
Yes, we don't hold petty cash anymore. Oh, sorry.
You're right.
Yeah, we no longer have petty cash held at our council sites. That during the year, all of the final petty cash has been removed, and it's all just purchases through cards now.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Hutton.
Yeah, just a request. Can I get some more information in regards to the Kui Bay pool management tender and the impounding of stock and domestic animals outside of the meeting, please? So those ones have been completed. I just wanted to see some of the documents.
Yeah.
And Councillor Bello, I think you were following up something on that too. So perhaps you want to get a copy of that as well?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll get that distributed to all councillors.
That'd be great, thank you. Any other questions, councillors? All right, so we've got a recommendation that the monthly financial report for the period ending 30 November 2021 be received. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Moved Councillor Hutton, seconded Councillor Eastwood. Thank you, gentlemen. Did you wish to speak to the report, Councillor? Okay. Anyone speaking against? All right. Anyone else wish to speak to the report? Councillor Eastwood? No. Okay. We'll go to the vote. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, gentlemen and lady. Thank you, ladies.
Mr Mayor, it was
Hopefully it wasn't
remiss of
too
me, 'cause I don't know that these ladies are well known. It's Katie and Caitlin, councillors. They don't get this opportunity often, but did a great job.
Yeah, yeah. Hopefully it wasn't too traumatic for you. All right. .3, if I'm not mistaken, Office of the CEO Quarterly Management Report. I'm assuming this one won't be overly difficult for you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. CEO, sorry. Sorry for the demotion.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. No, but Paula is going to join me. She's been good enough to prepare a few thoughts in relation to hers, but I will just, the report is self-explanatory, so we'll take that as read. This is the commencement of the second cycle of these reports that we've been presenting as part of the performance management framework of council, so making more operational information available to councillors to allow you to make informed judgments about the performance of the organisation. They come to you at each meeting, but it's each directorate effectively, and this marks the commencement of the second cycle of that. So if I can just do a bit of a cook's tour, and Paula will join in for the finance section in stepping in for the Chief Financial Officer for the time being. One of the tasks that you set for me was around performance management. As I said, this report and its mates at subsequent council meetings are part of that framework. Particularly, or specifically, you set a task for me to come up with some organisational key performance indicators, and they're shown on page 24 of the report and are contained in your recommendation 2A through F. Landed on these particularly because they are things that everyone in this organisation can have some influence over. There are plenty of other parts of the business where different parts of the business can influence things but not others. We've tried to come up, in addition to all of those things that are contained in operational plans and budgets and the like, that different parts of the organisation can focus on. This is things that everyone has some skin in the game. And we are seeking your adoption of those that is consistent with that task that you set for the CEO earlier in the year. I will defer to Paula for finance, but I might just quickly skip over that finance section and close out my others.
Sorry, Mr. CEO, did you opportunity for any questions around those KPIs, or do you want to deal with that after you've finished your...
Either or, Mr Chair. Happy for questions as we go, if you like.
Okay, Councillor Hutton.
Yeah, so I just wanted to ask a couple of questions in regards to the criteria that you've set there, and obviously very impressed by the ambitious nature of it. But the capital works delivery, I wondered, so this is a organisation-wide... Okay, I'm going to skip over that one for a second. Instead, what I'd like to go to customer service request closeout performance. Now, does closeout mean that the request is closed versus customer satisfaction?
Indeed. I think there's two elements to that. So we had a discussion about this a couple of weeks ago offline with councillors. So it is important that we get a conclusion And not on all occasions will that necessarily be an agreed result. Sometimes we will agree to disagree on things. Sometimes the answer will be no, and that's not what the customer necessarily wants to hear. But it's certainty that we're chasing. And so what we will monitor in that sense is that someone has got the answer, even if it's not the answer that they were necessarily looking for. That's one dimension of it. The other is around customer satisfaction or community satisfaction. That's what we did discuss with you again a couple of weeks ago. That's that broader, do people generally, and this isn't just people who necessarily have transactional interactions with the council, is this, are people satisfied that we have the priorities right? And of those priorities, are we doing a decent job around those things? But as you'll recall, there was a general agreement that we won't commit the resources to that exercise just yet, so it's not contained in the recommendations, as you see. But the customer service request closeout rate, about closing that loop, getting an answer to someone, is something we will monitor.
So a follow-on question, and I suppose I'm looking for some assurity from you. My own personal experience, and I'm sure it's the experience of many others, is that at times a request can come through, the closeout is that a letter was written as opposed to resolving the issue itself. So it's an action rather than a resolution. Under that indicator, that would be a completed loop, even though in real terms you would agree, I'm sure, that if we haven't resolved the issue one way or the other, then we haven't really closed out that loop. So therefore, is it an effective mechanism to judge? So, because I know myself that I've had customer requests where I've gone, oh, what's happened with that? Oh, that one was closed. Oh, because they sent an email back telling me something, and that was the end of the, and I went, oh, I'm not sure that's not really resolved the issue. But anyway, so is there something that we can do in terms of getting some assurance that we're not prematurely closing them based on individual action, but achieving an outcome or having some sort of resolution, even if it is that the person's unhappy, but at least they're aware and conscious of that is the end of the process, as opposed to they received a letter in the mail?
Indeed, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to think we're at that level of sophistication. We'll crawl before we walk. So the first is actually just recording that we've closed things out, because we don't do a great job of that at the moment. I agree that we need to understand, did we make that connection with people, even if the connection is one where we agree that we disagree. So yes, that's not beyond this work. Of course, then people have the right to seek review, appeal decisions, do others, and we have all those other mechanisms that you're familiar with. But I do take your point at that front end. Do we properly understand that we've had a meeting of the minds before we close that transaction out, even if it is that we are closing it out on the basis of an agreement to disagree? Yes, point well made, and that is what the intention of this is.
Thank you. Through the chair, I just want to concur with Councillor Hutton. It's been my past experience that people have had return phone calls. No messages have been left. The notes say, have contact customer at this time, closed. And so those people are calling back, because when they receive calls from internal officers, it comes up as an unknown number, and a lot of people don't actually answer unknown numbers. And however, but they also find that they're not getting the message. This is such and such on council, ringing you in relation to this. It's just have attempted to call and it's closed. I just wanted to concur and throw my 2 cents worth in. Thank you.
All right. So moving on, Mr. CEO. Looking at finance, I believe.
Happy for Paul to chime in.
Okay.
So the finance report, in this particular report, we're reporting from year to date from July. So the previous report was for the last financial year, and the information we've provided in here is year to date. So I just want to highlight a few of the key achievements that have been listed in there. So 90% of our suppliers, 90% of suppliers paid within agreed payment terms, compared to 84% for the last financial year, and a target there is 90%. So we're well above our target, our service target level there. In regards to compliance with purchase orders raised, 98.7% of those were considered to be compliant, compared to 97% for the last financial year, and our target there is 95%. So again, we're above target. There's been a significant increase in property change of ownerships compared to the same period last year. So there's been an additional 262 change of property ownerships. In the space of grant funding, Council currently manages 50 different grant funding programs. From 1st of July, we have submitted 19 funding applications. 9 of those have been successful and 2 have been unsuccessful, and 8 of those applications are pending outcome. So we have quite a good success rate in regards to the applications that we are submitting. And Richard just gave me an update in regards to a meeting that was held last week with the Project Governance Group, where the forecast 21-22 capital budget was reduced to 40.7 million, and that previously was approximately 53.7. So that increases their chance to be able to deliver to plan. So
it's 40 point, what's it gone down to?
It's 40.7, and so it was supposed to be 53.7 previously.
Thank you.
So,
As a moment, that is an interesting demonstration of an achievement. So that we can achieve it, so that we can call it an achievement.
Yes.
Were there any questions?
Sorry, Paul, over to you. That's it? Thank you. Okay, Mr. CEO.
Thanks, Paul, and I'll finish off the remainder. So in the people and culture space, or what would be commonly referred to as the HR space, a couple of points there. Councillors may have noticed in the graphs an increase in headcount, 412 to 427 over the last quarter, and that's largely due to bringing on our casuals into our pools for seasonal work. By way of illustration, position 3569, which is a casual gardener, actually has 4 people attached to it at this time of year. So we have a larger pool of casuals at this time of year, given the nature of that work. Our turnover is probably at its highest in the last few years. That's probably a reflection of the availability of employment around the place, and we continue to compete in that market. I think these numbers are known to councillors, were reported last quarter. We do have notwithstanding that turnover, our average length of service for employees continues to be over 8 years. We have a range of employees, youngest is 18, our oldest is 68, and we have an employee with us who's given 44 years of service, and we did recognise at last week's Christmas function a number of people who've given 20, 25 and 30 plus years service to this organisation. In terms of payroll, our expenditure to date, almost $10 million. We've brought 17 new employees into the business during the reporting period. We've had 18 cessations in that same period of time. We have reported to council periodically in relation to the outcomes of our staff engagement survey, the last of which was done in September. Pleased to report an increase in the number of respondents and generally a positive uptake in the overall engagement index. There's a lot more data that goes with that naturally, but they are the two main items to point councillors' direction to. On a point that's perhaps somewhat at odds of the engagement survey results, which respond very positively to our safety performance, we've actually had an increase in lost time injury frequency rate, which is something that we need to actively manage and ensure that our own belief around our safety performance is supported by the data. That's probably it in the people and culture space, and then finally to round out with the ICT area, our cyber security maturity assessment was tested through a process facilitated by the LGAQ a couple of months ago. The maturity assessment report is shown very pleasingly. We demonstrated to have areas of high maturity in the main, with a couple of areas identified where we need to continue to work. And as I pointed out during our earlier audit reporting, the areas of cyber security and that crossover into people doing the wrong thing is an area where we need to be eternally vigilant. We have increased numbers of service transactions. I'm referring to the bottom of pages 35 and the top of pages 36 by comparison to last year, but pleasingly people's experiences with IT are recorded to be increasingly positive. I'm sure each of us, including councillors, have had interactions with our ICT staff, and it is quite a job keeping this large fleet of technology that we have functioning, and the software that supports that, so that we can all do the jobs that we need to do. Pleasingly, on page 37, significant reduction in print volume quarter to quarter. Says me, who's reading reports from pieces of paper that could be read from a computer screen, so clearly there's still some of us that need to toe the line in that regard. And I thought finally the author has left some interesting statistics around the live streaming of council meetings, which has been a service provided here since the advent of COVID in early 2020. Now 35 council meetings that have been live streamed. There's been an average of 16 concurrent viewers per live stream. I can probably count most of the ones in this building that are those. However, on November 18, we had a record number of viewers, 219. Likewise, the playback streams, 159 on average, so people who don't watch live but watch back pieces at their leisure, but over 5,000 for that same meeting on November 18. We did report on the bottom of page 38 there had been no unplanned system-wide outages, which is true for the reporting period. However, regrettably, we did have one last week when a switch that had not long been installed and was still within the warranty period failed at our town hall system, bringing the system down with it, regrettably. The final thing is our Chief Technology Officer, Matt Wilcox, who would normally have presented report today, has based himself permanently at the Project Merlin office this week as we move into a fairly critical phase of things. So he's going to be based up there permanently. He'll still continue to function in the normal role, but will be a physical presence up there to lend his support as we move into a fairly critical phase of Project Merlin. Okay. Happy to answer any other questions, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. Questions, councillors? Councillor Hutton.
So I am conscious that last month in the ordinary meeting that there were a couple of occasions where we were asked to redirect capital program funding, and we've just voted for the monthly financials that speak to a $53 million program, yet in this report it's highlighted that we believe that we're moving to a $40 million program. And at that last monthly meeting we had asked for some line of sight in regards to that. Can we have a timeline in regards to when that's likely to come back to council?
Certainly, Mr. Mayor. So February is the date for both of those. The reports, because of the meeting cycle in January, so there won't be a briefing session in January, there'll only be the ordinary meeting. So the reports will come briefing and council in February. There will be two. One will be a revision of the capital program that is likely to look, as we say, as a substantial reduction in the realism of delivering that program this particular year, and then also the flow-on effect to revision of budget around funding that revised program that does include those few projects where councillors were asked to provide additional funding. So that those two will come in parallel.
A further question, outside of the meeting, are we able to get a copy of this particular report in Word or something so that the graphs are easier to read and understand. I just find it still quite challenging when a copy of a copy becomes blurry and I go, I can't, surely my eyes aren't that bad.
Indeed, Mr Mayor, we'll do that.
Thank you. Any other questions, councillors? All right, so we've got a recommendation there, councillors. I'm not going to read through all of that. You would have read it anyway. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please? I'm happy to move. Councillor Valley, you're seconding? All right, thank you. All right. I don't feel the need to speak to the report. The CEO has been very comprehensive in his discussion around that. Anyone speaking against? Councillor Valley, do you wish to speak to the report?
The only thing I'd say is I just welcome the interaction, I guess, that's come from the report through the CEO with Councillor Hutton's questions, and hopefully others will continue to. So I think it's good to see. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bello. Councillor Hutton?
Yeah, I just wanted to take the opportunity to thank the officers for the level of detail that's provided in this report. As we all can see in looking through this part of council, the back house stuff is not only really important, but there's an awful lot that's going on there to keep the wheels in motion and to make sure that this vehicle continues to move forward, advancing the causes of our community. I will be supporting it today. I am still a bit concerned in regards to having a performance indicator around closing out customer service requests, because I do feel that there are times when the current process isn't supporting outcome as opposed to just getting the request closed out itself. But I have faith in the CEO taking on board the questions or the commentary around that to try and make sure that we are not just having an action but actually closing out that loop, and offer my support to the staff for the amazing amount of data that's demonstrated here to show not only the complexity of our organisation but also the massive amount of effort that's going in to promote safety in the workplace, to promote IT efficiencies and sustainability initiatives. Some great stuff going on.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Any other comments, councillors? All right, so I just think it's just worthy of note, councillors, that this recommendation and the report, I think, reflects very strongly the Community Plan 2050 and this council's commitment to greater transparency and accountability. And these particular KPIs, I think, go a long way to demonstrating that. And no doubt they will be available publicly through various sources. But I just commend the officers and the CEO for taking note of our requests and our hopes and aspirations in terms of what we're driving towards, as well as a group of councillors. All right, councillors, got a move and myself, seconded Councillor Bello. All in favour? Carried unanimously, thank you. I'm going to move a procedural motion that we break for morning tea, councillors. All in favour? Carried unanimously.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm sure Brett's about to join us to take carriage of this as the author of the report, but if I could pick up on, this is seeking to formalise discussions with councillors from the last briefing session, where we aimed to put a little bit of structure around the delivery of the community plan, ensuring that each of its actions, whilst in the main end up being captured in the council's own corporate and subsequent operational plans, that there are not orphaned actions from that. And Brett's been good enough to provide some structure.
She's just going to get him, I think.
Around that. I'm sure he's happy to answer any questions when he arrives.
All right, well, we might get the formalities out of the way and get a mover and a seconder on this. First move, Councillor Hutton. Seconder, Councillor Watson, thank you. All right, so, councillors, are there any questions of the officer? All right. Councillor Hutton, did you wish to speak to the report?
Only to say that it's encouraging to see the continued improvement of the Livingstone 2050 plan and how it is a community plan, and by taking these steps we're ensuring that the community is engaged with it, as is council, and taking it seriously.
Thank you. Anyone speaking against? All right. Mr Bacon, did you wish to speak, make any comments on the report?
No, Mr Mayor, I'd hope the report was sufficiently comprehensive to...
Thank you. All right, so in the absence of any further discussion, councillors, we'll go to the vote on this one. Got a move of Councillor Hutton, second of Councillor Watson, all in favour. Carried unanimously, thank you very much. 11.5, Community Organisation Tenure Renewal. Mr Bacon, are you delivering this one?
Yes, thanks Mr Mayor. Councillors, this is the first tranche of groups which are now going to go into much longer term agreements with council as a result of adopting the policy last meeting. So these four will be looking for 10-year leases, which provides them with certainty and also reduces the administrative burden that comes with council doing year by year. So the four groups, the Yeppoon Recreation Youth Club, the Victory Tennis Club, the Capricorn Coast Mallet Sports Club and the Caves Pony Club. Can say that all groups have been made aware of the new policy, the new charges, and they are all accepting of it and understanding of it. So those discussions have been had as part of this process.
And with those discussions, there is a relative degree of satisfaction within those clubs?
My understanding is they all agree with them, yes.
Thank you. All right. Any questions of the officer on this one, councillors? The Executive Director? Thank you. All right, so we've got a mover in Councillor Eastwood, seconder in Councillor Hutton. Councillor Eastwood, did you wish to speak to the report?
Mr Mayor, just to say that it just makes sense that it gives us some security for the clubs, and it also, like the officer just told us, that it actually helps council out in reducing costs. So I think it's a win all for everybody, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Anyone speaking against? Councillor Hutton, do you wish to speak to the report? All right. Anyone else wish to speak? All right, we'll close debate. We've got a mover in Councillor Eastwood, a seconder Councillor Hutton. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. 11.6, the Capricorn Coast Mallet Sports Club Incorporated request for fee relief. Mr Executive Director, this one's yours again.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So this is a request for a waiver of fees and charges associated and consumption charges associated with the Capricorn Coast Mallet Sports Club, which was one of the clubs we've just dealt with in the previous item. The club is asking for all fees, etc., that's incurred up until now to be waived. When you compare that against the policy which has been adopted, officer's recommendation is that the actual rental components be waived on the existing lease, with the exception of the water consumption and the state levy costs. The water consumption is a direct cost which the club can control and will be responsible for even under the new regime, and the state levy costs are ones which are obliged to be imposed as well.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, councillors? Fairly straightforward. Okay, moved Councillor Hutton, seconded Councillor Friend. Thank you. Councillor Hutton, did you wish to speak to the report? Anyone speaking against? Councillor Watson.
Look, it's nice that they're asking for this, but I really think in the future they really need to start thinking about the consumption of water. If they're going to take on a 10-year lease, they need to be able to be sustainable to be able to do this. But in the meantime, I will vote for it. But I think in the future they really need to start thinking about their costs and how they're going to raise money to do these things.
Indeed. Thank you, Councillor Watson. Any other comments, councillors, before we go to the vote on this one? Councillor Friend?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I will be speaking for this today because the waiver of the fees is for the water access and the sewer access charges, not the water consumption. And I do know that our officers, as previously stated in briefings, are working with them to work out perhaps raffles or a way forward so that they can continue to pay the water consumption costs and the state levy costs. So at this stage, I just think it's fair enough because they have been until the previous resolution under a month-to-month lease, and I recommend and agree with the officer's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. All right, councillors, we'll close debate on this one. We've got a mover, Councillor Hutton, a seconder, Councillor Friend. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. 11.7.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. This report's in response to a notice of...
Can I just ask a question before we start? Sorry, ordinarily I would be leaving, but today I feel I need to stay here for this because of what I've read in the report.
Well, perhaps you need to explain your role with the food bank first.
I'm the president of Food Relief and one of the people who started it. And we have asked for, I have been looking for new premises, and from Councillor Nigel's notice of motion, there's a possibility of this happening, but I have concerns on the wording that's been put up. Perfect wording is, the resolution implies that the food bank would be a service which is managed from the community centre, presumably by the personnel currently at the community centre. I'd like to have that clarified, if I may.
Well, there's, I think we need to deal with the conflict of interest first, Councillor Watson. Mr CEO, I'm thinking there is one, a prescribed conflict of interest here.
Yes, Mr Mayor, notwithstanding the councillor's desire to explore this matter in a little more detail, Councillor Watson has previously declared a conflict, if I recall, and absented himself from proceedings. Notwithstanding his keener interest in this topic, we probably need to understand, has there been a change of circumstances to the reason for not declaring the same interest as previously today?
You're still associated with the food bank, Councillor Watson?
Yes, I am.
Okay, all right. Well, I think it's fairly clear, councillors, that Councillor Watson has a conflict on this one. So, Councillor...
Only thing I'd add is, I guess it's incumbent on us as councillors to, if we're aware that someone may have a conflict, to raise that. So I'm glad that Councillor Watson has now considered that and made us aware of that. I'd be happy to hear his explanation as to why perhaps those circumstances are changed and have the table, my understanding is the table then considers whether it's appropriate for the councillor to stay in place or not, if I'm...
That's correct, Mr Mayor. It's not a prescribed conflict of interest. It would be declarable.
Declarable.
And therefore could be, if Councillor Watson's desire was to remain in the room, he could ask his colleagues to determine whether that's appropriate or not. Section 150EO of the Local Government Act prescribes that there is no conflict of interest that arrives solely if you're a member of a community group, except if you are an executive officer of that organisation, so that clearly applies in this circumstance, but the council can agree by resolution to admit the councillor even in those circumstances.
All right. So, Councillor Watson, would you like, is there a change of circumstance here that...
Look, there's just information that's come to hand in here that's not been spoken to me about, and that's why I have concerns.
No, yeah, I understand that, but is there a change of circumstance in your relationship with the food bank
No.
and why all of a sudden you would want to stay in the meeting as opposed to previously when
Okay.
you've left?
So previously it was about finding about the possible costs and whether it was possible. What's changed is since then is the report has changed to the look of other organisations possibly being able to run our organisation, and that concerns me because we have a good business plan that works currently, and our committee would not like it to change. And if I'm not here, I'm unable to bring those things forward at the table. That's all.
All right. Councillors, I'm going to ask for a show of hands for those who are in agreement with Councillor Watson staying. Yep.
Paul, Councillor. So I'm wondering if potentially there's a divergence of the reading of the report in that my fear, which is related to yours but disconnected, is that the report's actually seeking to either allow us to allocate funds to provide for the food bank to co-locate, or alternatively, it's looking for council to divest itself of iCare and get them to partner with someone to do what iCare currently does. And they're saying there's a potential to do that in a report. I don't think their intention was to look at trying to divest food bank of its responsibilities. Rather, it's council looking to try and diverge itself of its interest in the iCare project.
Well,
Is that the right reading?
To a point, councillors. So, correct, council officers have no appetite for the food bank to be taking that on. We just don't have the ability to do it. Yes. Likewise, we looked at the thought that given what the food bank is about, given what iCare is about, is there the ability there to have some type of a partnership which provides a better service to the community rather than having, and there's also St Vincent Law next door as well. There's been no discussions with them about their future and the way they wish to operate. But if you have effectively 3 service providers operating within a blanket's throw of each other, is there some way of doing that in a more comprehensive manner, which might have some efficiencies for those 3 groups, might have a better outcome for the community, which I guess is what our focus is about as such. And just identifying for the councillors that, look, if you're investing $30,000 before you do that, is it worth exploring that? The answer might well be from yourselves, no, it's not worth it. Or it might be that, yes, it is worth it, but the exploration comes back and says to us, it's a nice idea, but it's not its time yet, in which case that's fine, we progress. But I guess we just felt obliged to put on the table for your consideration that $30,000 is a reasonable investment, so let's look at could we get a better outcome for the community.
I have to say though, I do have concerns in 31,000.
Yeah, well, councillors, can I just pull this discussion up right here, not with absolute respect to Councillor Hutton's question. The matter for determination is whether Councillor Watson stays in the room. Now, my concern is, and CEO and I'll be just talking about it online, are we talking to the president of the food bank at the moment, or are we talking to Councillor Watson? And I think you need to separate that in your own mind, Councillor Watson, as to which way you're going to approach this particular report. And I think, councillors, we need, as a group, to consider that as well. All right, so I'm going to go to the vote and see who believes Councillor Watson should stay in the room. So those who believe Councillor Watson should stay in the room, please raise your hand. Those who are opposed? Okay. Councillor Watson? Okay. And that's probably for your own protection.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Yeah. All right, Mr. Bacon, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As I touched upon before, councillors, this report is not about council endeavouring to take over or assume the role of the food bank. It's identifying some costs in response to the resolution, which identified around about $30,000. That includes $3,000 contingency, obviously, but these days contingency seems to be very important when it comes to the projects we do. And as a result of that, council officers thought, is there some ability to get some synergies between other operations which currently occur within the community centre precinct, which, as I said, includes council, could potentially include the food bank and also St Vincent de Paul. It would have been almost improper of us not to bring this to the attention of the councillors to say, look, this is an option that you may wish to investigate before committing to the construction of the shipping container on that site. And then having to work out precisely how that would operate and would that need a lease agreement, etc., etc. So it's not as simple as here's a structure, this is how you can operate, because obviously there would be people coming through the community centre wishing to go to the food bank, having to be redirected there. They'd be coming there out of hours that the food bank operates, and again, that's not being negative about it. That's just stating what will probably be in the first instance. So again, we can manage that if that comes to play. However, we thought we'd put the options before council for its consideration.
Thank you, Mr Executive Director. Any questions, councillors? Councillor
Yes,
Friend?
thank you, Mr Mayor. Mr Baker, could you just explain to me, I've read the report thoroughly, there's a risk with safety. It's noted that it could be an eyesore and increase antisocial behaviour behind where the shipping container would be located. Why is that?
So, councillor, at the moment there's a location there between the community centre meeting rooms and the neighbouring property, which is St Vincent de Paul, where certain elements of the community like to congregate, not always during hours either, quite often outside hours. And if a shipping container were to be constructed, or positioned in a way which blocked the casual surveillance of that area further from the adjoining street, it just means that from that point of view that that element may become further emboldened with their activities or actions in that location. Whereas at the moment, for example, Queensland Police can just drive past and they've got a line of sight through. Likewise, other people can have that line of sight as well. It's just pointing out that it's just an unfortunate thing at the moment that we're dealing with.
Sure. And does council already contract out security in that area of a night time?
There are patrols that are done, yes.
Any other questions, councillors?
Question could the director. So there's no intent whatsoever to try and reduce the autonomy of the food bank in its own right, in the function that it plays, the role that it takes, or its governance, or and so even within the resolution there, one can deduct that. Is that clear, or perhaps is there the scope to include in there, that it's whilst we're looking to explore partnerships, but ultimately those entities have been described, whether it be St Vincent's or any of those ones, ultimately that they are their own sort of masters as such, and council in no way is trying to push or alter that independence, I guess, is what I'm probably seeking to get clarified.
Thanks, councillor. No, it is not the organisation's intention to do that in any way, shape or form. It was more looking at, from an operational point of view, my understanding is the food bank has limited opening times, and there was potential there to see the use of eye care vouchers, etc., with the food bank. That would be problematic in some ways if the food bank's only open a certain time and you can access the eye care vouchers 5 days a week. So it was just thinking, and we don't want to take on the extra work, we don't have the ability to. Yeah. But if there was some way of enabling, for example, the food bank to be open longer so that people access it, could also access eye care or vice versa, then that has to be a win, I would have thought, for the community. It's just trying to see how we can get the maximum outcome for everybody from all the little initiatives and large initiatives that are currently ongoing.
And just a follow-up question, if I may, I'm cognizant that Councillor Friend wants to. If this was supported, so effectively we would see a shipping container down there that would then house whatever materials are in the shed there, which the food bank would then go into. Is there any need for community consultation in that area, or am I misunderstanding the?
I'd suggest that it'd be the shipping container that you use for the storage, because the shed is certainly not vermin-proof.
Yep.
And then you have to bring that up to speed, it's easier to do that with the container, notwithstanding the fact that you'd really have to do something to the container to ensure that perishables or the shelf life of things aren't compromised, because again, a shipping container sitting on its own, probably won't be won't be temperature controlled or anything along those lines. So from that point of view, it would be the shipping container into which it goes. Would you need to do some consultation? I guess it's going to impact on one particular street, which is the one it's closest to more than anyone else. So certainly as part of that, you could have some discussions with those people to say that this is what's going in. A shipping container, however, would have far less impact, I would suggest, than the shed that got built there, notwithstanding the fact the shed was then subsequently screened with a hedge of lily-pilly.
But in terms of the activity that is going to go on, that's consistent with that land use, and so there's no need to go out to broader community consultation or...
No, it's not introducing a new use to that precinct per se, because it's still all community support, community benefit focus. I guess the only issue around that would be just understanding how it was going to operate. So would everybody be parking out on the rear and coming through? They're things, logistics, which aren't necessarily substantive, but there's something that still needs to be worked through.
Councillor Friend.
Well, actually, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Bacon's already just answered my question in relation to what you've asked. I suppose, is there any risk of perceived bias for this table if this was to go ahead? Perceived bias.
In what
sense? So, Councillor Watson is on the executive for Food Bank. We, as a table, are going to be voting on whether this goes ahead. Is there a perceived bias that could be brought up in the community?
Well, I think there's always a risk of that, Councillor, irrespective of what happens. I'm sure if Councillor Hutton proposed something in terms of Yeppoon Lions and that was approved by this table, irrespective of the fact whether he's out of the room or not, there would be perceptions of that. So, just as an example, I'm not picking on you, Councillor Hutton, but I think that's kind of inescapable in some sense.
Thank you.
And almost inconsequential in that, regardless of what should happen, would we then designate any group to a 4-year absence of support or partnership with council because they have a member who might be part of council, which is where we draw our community members from, and generally our councillors from, people who do community service. I would like to move, Mr. Mayor, a variation of option 1, please.
Yep.
So I'm looking to...
as an alternate motion?
Oh, well, it said that we had to pick 1 or 2,
Yeah.
so I'm picking 1, but
So
I'm
amend the first bit.
But amending option 1. Understanding that the intent was to get all the junk that's currently sitting in the shed at the community centre relocated in the container. So I did ask in regards to its capacity to be achieved within the next half of the financial year. And I know it says here consider a budget allocation, but I'd like to think that we can actually put it forward and say that to achieve 21-22 instead of waiting to 22-23 and test the will of the table.
All right. So the question, we'll put your motion up first, Councillor. So it's just consider a budget allocation of 30,700 in the 21-22.
I think it shouldn't be the word consider anymore because it would be
resolve to include.
Yep.
So rather rather than have consider at the front, so resolve to include. Resolve to allocate. Or to allocate. Take out of. In the 21-22. Okay. So in proposing that, can I ask the officers, is their budget allocation to be able to afford that?
Well, Mr. Mayor, that would be a capital allocation, not operational. And given the observations made earlier today, that it is unlikely that we will hit the full capital expenditure for this financial year. I suspect that the shortfall will be more than $30,000. So I would, without talking to the Chief Financial Officer...
We can accommodate that.
Alongside those other requests that have been made recently.
But councillors make decisions executive officer before without consultations. I thought I'd just extend the courtesy, gentlemen. Yeah.
Mr Mayor, could I also... Mr Mayor, could I also suggest perhaps the word shed just be changed to precinct?
Sorry?
The word shed be changed to precinct.
Why?
Are you putting a container inside the shed, or are we having a container?
The containers to put all the stuff that's currently in the shed, so that's the only shed.
Then we have to update the shed to be...
That's what the motion passed for.
Yeah, that costing for making the shed vermin-proof, etc., hasn't been identified. The costs have been associated with doing a container. Because I just haven't done it, Councillor.
Well, it's just you've kind of done the reverse of it, because it never was suggested for them to go into the shed. It was always it was never suggested. Sorry, it was never suggested for them to go into container, but rather to go in the shed. And it was when asked, we were told that the items that were in the shed were unable to be relocated up to the seniors precinct, and at least for another 12 months, which is why the idea of putting these additional items in the container was a short-term solution to something that was ultimately going to be moved and disappear.
My understanding from the manager was they were looking at the container for the food bank, and that was based on the fact that the resolution originally said inclusive of the potential for a storage container. So they interpreted that to be the storage container was for the food bank.
So the motion says to allow the co-location of the Cape Coast Food Bank at the community centre in the existing warehouse/shed.
Well, I guess there was some confusion between the ambiguity of the recommendation, which was subsequently resolved, Councillor. Yeah.
All right, so it's your alternate motion, Councillor Hutton. How did you want to read?
Let's change the word to precinct with the understanding that I think when we've got a gold-plated shed at $15,000, we probably could rehash the shed and get a container for substantially less.
All right. Councillor Friend?
Yes, I have a question. If you're quite right, Councillor Hutton, I remember that specifically. However, if that's the case, is a container absolutely needed to put those items that are currently in the shed? Have we looked at alternative options such as depot, other council buildings, etc., rather than just where the seniors were?
Mr Executive Director, I'll throw that one to you.
Yes, I would advise that we don't treat the depot as the dumping ground for the rest of the organisation as such. I could say that infrastructure does a good enough job of storing stuff there without us contributing to the general melee. So I'd argue that it's the community centre's leftovers, if you wish to call that. It should be the community centre's issue to deal with and not impose that upon anyone else. So if that includes also ultimately getting rid of some of that stuff, as in just disposing of it because it has no sale value, and potentially selling some of that stuff as well, that will be explored.
And just to assure the councillor, that was considered in conversations with officers prior to putting forward the notice of motion around location of where these things could go. And at this point, as highlighted by the manager, was that there was nowhere for those goods to go, hence why the need to keep them on site, because some of the items are related to community groups who one day, when Project Merlin's no longer at the TAFE, will be hopefully potentially able to co-locate up there. But for the time being, they're still operating out of the community centre, therefore they desire to have their assets nearby for their use.
Right. All right, so Councillor Hutton, any other questions, councillors, before we... So you're moving this motion, Councillor
Yes,
Hutton?
please, Mr Mayor.
All right, can I get a seconder, please? Councillor Eastwood, thank you. Did you wish to speak to the motion, Councillor Hutton?
Only really quickly, Mr Mayor. I think that we spoke a month ago around the opportunity this presents, and I thought to highlight to you that we have, from the iCare program themselves, provided goods to some 640 recipients since we started the program in November of 2017. We've provided vouchers of some $44,000 for families, recognising that, you know, some of the families that come through, one adult with 5 children, one adult with 3 children, one adult with 2 children, 20 single adults. These people all are receiving vouchers to support them in a time when they're at their lowest ebb. By having this co-location with the food bank, what we're actually able to achieve is, instead of providing a voucher for a varying amount that may produce up to, $50 worth of goods, they'll actually be able to take their $50 food bank voucher and get $120 worth of goods from the food bank that will support them and their family through their time of need. But also remembering that as part of our community centre, that co-location there means that we have access to the largest database of community service providers in the Southern Hemisphere, and we are a referral service. So when they come in, they don't just get given a donation and say, oh, good luck to you. We go, how can we help? So is it referring to housing services? Is it referring to financial guidance services? Is it mental health, spiritual health, counselling, whatever they need? Our team there do their part to actually say, this is not just a handout, but actually this is our community helping you up to try and deal with the things that you're taking on as a challenge. This location supports that, makes it easier. We know that the location of the food bank at the moment, being out at Jabberoo Drive, is beyond people who have a lack of transport or are limited in their transport movements. This is a good investment on behalf of our community, and I think will create fantastic synergies into the future.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Anyone speaking against? Would anyone else like to speak for? Councillor Eastwood.
Well, Mr Mayor, I can't really add much to what Councillor Hutton so eloquently put, but look, this is just really, really important to have a centrally located dispatch and refuge, I guess, somewhere where people can come, they can get a feed and they can actually get sent to the services that they need or receive the services they need. So it's a win-win, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. All right, councillors, we'll close debate. We've got a move of Councillor Hutton, second to Councillor Eastwood. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Would someone find Councillor Watson, please? (11.8), which is the development application for an MCU for a childcare centre. Mr Bacon, you're dealing with this one? Okay. So welcome to the table, ladies and gentlemen. So Greta, are you presenting? Okay, over to you, thank you.
Good morning, Mayor and Councillors. This report is for development application for a childcare centre at 9 to 11 Tenby Road. There we go. The site is located within the low density residential zone Tenby Road Commercial Transition Precinct, proximal to Preen Central Shopping Centre and the mixed use corridor of Tenby Road, including residential uses, community uses such as the showgrounds and sport fields, and the industrial and commercial uses. Guys, there we go. Sorry.
It's working well.
It's a bit slow, there we go. It's not working at all.
You might have to help out, Justin.
There we go, that's it there. Yeah. The proposal is for a 115-place childcare centre with up to 22 staff working at the facility at its highest occupancy. The building area is 868 square metres with 841 square metres of covered and uncovered play area. The facility will be open 6:30 a.m. to 6:30 p.m. Monday to Friday. Access is provided via Tenby Road. The site will have allocated vehicle parking areas for sufficient space to cater for 34 vehicles. Drop-off and pick-up times will be staggered throughout the day, with traffic generation estimates of 76 trips during the morning peak and 56 trips during the afternoon peak periods. The traffic impact assessment provided to support the application indicates the majority of the trips generated by the proposed development will be drop-in trips from the passing traffic stream, not new trips generated on the network. The development was publicly notified in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act, and there were 4 submissions on the application. The matters raised in submissions include concerns about public notification signage, traffic impact, boundary setbacks, and increase of flood risk to adjoining properties. These matters have been reviewed by the assessing officers, including the development engineers, and have been considered as a relevant matter in determining the recommendation for approval. The subject site is located in the low-density residential zone, and the proposed use, being for a childcare centre, is not a preferred use within the zone. Despite not being a preferred use, Council can exercise discretion to approve the application as the development does not conflict with the strategic framework and is consistent with the variety of built form and land uses in the Park Street and Tamby Road corridor. The proposal is unlikely to have a high impact on sensitive land uses such as the nearby residential uses. Often childcare centres are located within residential areas, and the proposed development contributes to a high level of amenity, provides visual interest in respect to the built form and landscaping when viewed from the street, and is proposed to be provided with adequate infrastructure and essential services. On balance, the application is recommended for approval subject to reasonable and relevant conditions. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Greta. Any questions? Councillor Friend?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks. Hi, Greta. Hello. A couple of questions. First and foremost, just reading the objections through the public notification submissions. One of the objections was very, very vocal in talking about the public consultation sign itself, and how it wasn't actually compliant, the sign. I'm just wondering whether this has, whether the public notification had then recommenced with the correct information on the sign, such as the minimum requirement of 2 images, basically the technicalities of capitalisation in lettering and application reference, etc. So did it recommence with the correct signage?
No, so the period continued. It's at the assessment manager's discretion to determine whether the signage is appropriate despite minor errors in terms of, I guess, like you said, sizing or font things. The notification side did do its job. The person was able to make a submission to council, and a properly made submission, which is the purpose of publicly notifying, and it was decided or determined that despite the minor errors, it could be considered compliant.
Certainly. 2 more questions really briefly. The entry point is 50 metres from a blind corner. Is that correct?
No, approximately 72.
You're right. Thank you.
It's approximately entry point is 72 meter from the roundabout. It's not measuring from roundabout the direct distance.
Yes.
We have to measure the safe distances along the road. So it's approximately 72 meter.
And in your professional opinion, it's quite safe?
Quite safe, yes. So we look for a safe stopping distance in this instance. For 60 km/h speed environment, we need 65 meter safe stopping distance. When you consider the roundabout, geometry of the roundabout, the exit speed approximately 20 to 30 kilometers. But this distance satisfying even for 60 km/h. So we consider it safe.
Okay. My last one was, when we discussed this particular material change of use in the briefing, I believe we all asked about if a footpath in the actual car park could be added. Just wondering if you went back to the developers and asked them about safe drop-off points within the actual car park itself.
Yeah, we considered this thing during our assessment. That car park considered as not conveyance of the traffic. It's a shared zone, and also none of the kids not going to be alone in the car park. It's always accompanied by adults, and it's a slow-moving environment, so everyone aware of that. So having a designated footpath there, we think it's not necessary. So, yeah, we considered that.
Thank you so much.
Right. Any other questions, councillors?
I have one, Mr. Mayor, thank you.
Councillor Mather?
According to the planning scheme, it's not the preferred use for such a facility. What was the reason that it's not a preferred use?
It is in the low density residential zone. Despite not being a preferred use, it can be a use within this due to the size of it. It is over 2 lots and there is sufficient space for it to occur. And it is sort of mixed use in that transition precinct with other offices and healthcare services.
Where you've got a shared zone with children, even though they're supposed to have an adult with them, it's likened to the lagoon. You're always on the lookout for that little fella who doesn't have mum beside him. He just skips away so quietly. I'm concerned about the visibility, the proximity to traffic, and the lack of a footpath to get them to where they need to go. I've struck at one the other day. There's no footpath. They walk in the midst of the traffic, and the lady went over. I am concerned, yes.
A footpath is an operational matter as well for the centre to manage.
Yes, but that could be part of the condition. That could be conditioned.
There aren't provisions within the planning scheme to allow that to be a condition of the approval. It is a shared zone and there is, the drive is actually 6.7 metres wide, so there's sufficient space for one-way traffic to travel around, allowing suitable space for pedestrians to walk within that shared zone.
That's behind the vehicles or in front of the vehicles?
Beside.
I believe in the traffic Lagoon Place. So it's a road. It's on-street parking. So Lagoon Place is allocated for traffic conveyance mainly, and we have on-street parking. In this case, car parks are off-street parking. So if we were entering and exit the traffic, going to use a childcare center. So it's not main purpose of entering into that is park the car, drop the kids off. It's not for through traffic or anything. So people aware, and also it's a slow moving environment. It's not going to be 40 kilometers per hour. It's always 5 to 10 k, and it's considered a shared zone. So designated footpath, we feel it's
So what I'm picking up though from you, Greta, is that within the planning scheme we have no ability to enforce a footpath. Okay. All right.
It becomes an operational matter that the childcare centre would deal with on their own.
And we could actually suggest it, but we can't actually enforce it.
I did discuss it with the applicant, and there wasn't any advice that I received back regarding that proposal.
Okay. So in all other, sorry, Councillor Watson, in all other matters in relation to this, it's a properly made submission? And, okay, all right.
There was no submission regarding the footpath.
No, but I'm just talking about in the application holistically. It's compliant. All right. Councillor Watson.
I know we spoke about this pretty much the other day, but there's enough parking spaces for 23 staff, and I think 12 people drop off kids. Is it likely that all the staff will be there, or there'll be more parking that'll be available for the people to be dropped off? Because you've got 133 kids are going to be dropped off in a day.
So there's 115 place. Not all staff will work all the time. They will be on shifts, so they will be coming and going staff throughout the day.
There will be there won't be as many as what they say for staff there.
The staff will be required to park in the staff.
Oh, I understand that. But what I'm getting at is they won't all be there at once, so it means that there'll be other spaces available for kids to be dropped off.
They won't necessarily.
That's right. I'm just thinking about the amount of people passing through. That's all. All right. No, that's right. Thank you.
Any other questions, councillors?
One question that was raised to me through the community was in relation to, I guess, the ability for users of this facility to exit out onto Tenby Road in terms of traffic volumes using that road currently. And going back to the two sets of traffic lights, which I think are sort of offshoots from each arm of the roundabout there, those lights are triggered by pedestrians, not by traffic movements, I think. Has that been considered, I guess, sufficiently enough?
So this might be something
Microphone. Microphone.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Traffic lights on the other side of the
Probably the other two actually, but
the further down, beyond the roundabout or the southern round.
up near the showground. If we were
Near-
to scroll that screen down, we pick up a set of traffic lights on each of those roads, but they're both triggered by pedestrians. So I guess the concern from some members of the community that I picked up on was just in the event that traffic flow just kept coming and coming, it could be quite difficult then for to exit the property, given that there isn't an automatic break in the traffic because of the lights, because they're triggered by pedestrians, not by vehicles as such. So the traffic may be quite constant there. So I'm just curious.
Yeah, we consider the immediate intersection, which is the roundabout.
Mm.
So whoever exiting from the roundabout, that's where we look for the clearance, how much time they require, and what type of intersection, whether they need a separate lane or what do they need. So we consider the immediate intersection.
Yeah, I guess that
Which is the
intersection though is impacted directly by the traffic coming into it.
Yep.
By those two arms. And all I'm probably asking is just assurance, I guess, that the volumes of traffic that may flow down there, which could be very constant, has that been factored into in people trying to exit the childcare centre with constant traffic flow, i.e. what are the traffic flows along that Tanby Road, for example, coming through that roundabout?
We consider the total traffic volume on that road.
Yeah.
So what type of intersection upgrade they need, whether it is required any upgrade, so it's not. So yeah, we probably consider that, yes.
Councillor Watson, yeah.
Just another question. I know the Mayor has asked for a report on infrastructure being upgraded for the roads and everything else. Is this area in particular going to be added to that, seeing the increased traffic that will be there?
We are aware of the traffic issues on the Tanby Road, and the different section of the council infrastructure planning team, they are working on that. One of the road they are considering is Condon Drive, so the other relevant section to comment on that.
Thank you. I just asking because I figured that's important in the future.
Yeah, it's should be part of the strategic road review. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions, councillors? All right. So, can I get a mover and a seconder for the report, please? Councillor Watson moving. Seconder. Councillor Eastwood, thank you. Councillor Watson, did you wish to speak to the report?
I just look at it as we've got a town that's growing and we seem to be needing more and more childcare, and it's right in the middle of town, so it's accessible to businesses in that area and housing, and I just think it's something we have to have.
Thank you. Anyone speaking against?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I agree with the comments with the mover, Mr. Mayor. I am concerned about the constraints of the traffic. We are a community, we are a meat industry there, and I think we're trying to fit too much into a small area where there are children concerned and growing traffic. That area is going to be pivotal as far as future development goes, and I think we're just trying to do too much with a small area, that's all.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Anyone else wish to speak for the report? Councillor Eastwood.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I do believe that this is something that we need for our area. As far as the traffic goes, that has been my only concern. I've had a pretty good look at it, and I just have to go back on the officers and their due diligence and rest that they've got that covered, because I do believe that this is something we need for our area, and it's going to make a huge difference to a lot of people's lives.
Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. Anyone else speaking against? Councillor Hutton.
Yeah, I will speak against this today. I generally am in favour and understand the desperate need that our community has for an increased number of facilities and the provision of childcare. I also support this is a transition zone, that we see a change coming from that very low residential to a probably more commercial, not really industrial even anymore, but into that space. I am concerned around access in. I'm also concerned about queuing on exit. So the plans demonstrate that the last car parks as you come towards the exit is where all the parents will park. I've got this horrible feeling that you're going to have cars who are waiting to get back out onto the road, you're going to have cars who are waiting to come in. That's that same very small spot. I'm concerned around the lack of footpaths for children. I know it's not something that we can provide for under the scheme and enforce, but it is a concern for me that to have such a constricted environment that is so tightly woven in. I appreciate the commentary around the staff won't all be there at the same time, but we also have to recognise that for them to have their full load of children, they need to have the full load of staff, and that on top of that, if you've got someone who's in the kitchen, or if you've got someone who's the cleaner, or if you've got someone who's the administrator, you've got to have so many staff per child, and then you have on top of that the administration of the facility itself. I'm not sure that this is the right side for a facility of this size, and therefore in my heart of hearts I won't be voting for it today.
Thank you. Anyone else speaking for? All right, we'll wrap up debate, councillors. We've got the recommendation in front of you. We've got a mover in Councillor Watson, a seconder in Councillor Eastwood. All in favour? Those against? Motion is lost.
In those circumstances, we will have to have some reasons a refusal motion.
Yep.
But we might be able to do some work on that.
I was going to ask if we could maybe have some wording around, appropriate wording around that, Mr. CEO, rather than us to try and make anything up on the fly, which I hate doing. Sorry? Councillor Friend, Councillor Bello, Councillor Mather, and Councillor Hutt. Yeah. So, councillors, as you know, there's a conversation going on in the background. What that's about is that, as you know, when we refuse an application, we have to provide a reason. And I've just asked the CEO to come up with some wordsmithing as to what that reason might look like, rather than sort of make it up on the fly right now. Okay, so we're down to 11.9. Thank you to the officers. Infrastructure Portfolio Quarterly Management Report for July to September. Who's the next victim, Mr. CEO? Michael Creedman. Welcome to the table, Mr. Executive Director.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm pleased to present the quarterly report for the infrastructure portfolio from July to September for this year. So as we've seen in some of the other reports, there's a continuation of the COVID response significantly has caused some delays in delivery of capital program this year, and has put pressure on some of our maintenance programming. The challenges will continue for the rest of the financial year, so it's something that we need to grapple with and put in place some management plans. Within the report, I've included some high-level commentary around our operational budget for the entire portfolio, and then I've broken it down into some of the sections in the business units. So at a high level, our revenue is down slightly, and our expenses are also down slightly. As I mentioned, our expenses will be tied to the delivery and contractor availability. July to September was a fairly dry period relative to what we've just experienced in November, so our crews were able to get on site and undertake works without too many delays. But the main delays will be around delivery of materials and supply and so on. Within the capital space, as mentioned in the annual report for infrastructure, the last last time we spoke. There are shortages in timber and reinforcing steel, delays due to other construction materials and experienced contractors. We've also experienced delays with our own trade qualified staff and personnel, for example, plumbers and painters and then the like. Balancing our resources between maintenance obligations and capital delivery is always is a challenge, and it continues to be. As mentioned in the finance report earlier today, our project managers continue to work through planning and programming for our delivery of capital, and my intention is to provide a draft report just to council before Christmas, before the end of the week, just on line by line summary of the program for this year, just before we break for Christmas. And as the CEO mentioned, we are going to bring a full report back to council at the February meeting with a budget review. But I'd just like to provide a summary report and some commentary around each project, just so that councillors have an oversight of the capital program, and given the fact that we won't have a briefing session in January, so it just provides a bit of background there. Customer requests, as mentioned previously, our closeout rates are an important target. At the moment we're sitting at 87% completion rates, but the key around our customer request closeout rate is the quality of the responses that we provide to our community, and that's something that we need to continue to refine in not only in delivery but also in reporting. So there's a lot of work going on in the background with the IT transformation project and within our own teams to try and tease out some of our KPIs around our customer request types. And if I can give a simple example, the response time for a tree over the road is vastly different to a pothole or a planning request for some stormwater improvements and the like. So within the completion rates at a broad level, I think we're going quite well, but the devil's in the detail with the quality of our responses and for each of the request types. Workplace health and safety, we undertook 22, or meant to complete 22 hazard inspections in the first quarter. We completed 21 of those on time, and one was overdue, which is 95% completion rate. Our target is 100%, so that's something that we're working with our workplace health and safety reps to make sure that our teams program and complete the hazard inspections on time. The follow-on from our hazard inspections is that we usually have actions, improvement actions that need to be completed, and they are managed by our workplace health and safety team, and I haven't reported on those in this report, but I might from now on, because it tells a good story that when we do identify a hazard in our hazard inspections, we do rectify them within the time frames, which is main objective of completing the hazard inspections. Within our construction and maintenance team, we've got some reporting there on our capital and our operational budgets. So for the first quarter, our overall capital delivery for construction and maintenance is sitting at around 19%. So we've got some large projects that are underway at the moment which will help to improve our actual delivery. For example, the Trangenbar Road Carriage Boulevard roundabout has started. In the new year we'll begin work on the Matthew Flinders Drive Stage 2, so those two projects are almost $2 million each. Within our maintenance operations for construction and maintenance, we're sitting at 27% of our budget committed for this and spent for this financial year. It's about $1.6 million out of $6 million. So we're progressing on track there. I've included some photos in the report just of some footpath projects that have been completed in and around Yeppoon. One of them was we're working on behalf of Main Roads on Tamby Road. We've done a lot of work in the Yeppoon precinct to improve our pedestrian cycle facilities, and there's a photo there of Stanage Bay Road, the next sealed section. So the teams have done well to deliver those projects in the first quarter. Within our systems and admin, which is our quality assurance and third-party accreditation, we had one improvement notice which was overdue out of 33 issued across infrastructure. Something that I would like to see similarly to our hazard inspections when we do an audit of our quality management system. I'd like to see the actions completed on time, so that's something that we need to work on, albeit there was only one that wasn't completed on time. I've asked our coordinator of our QMS team to provide some early warning system, I guess you'd call it, to give me and the managers a bit of a heads up on when the actions are due, so we can make sure we close those out. Within the engineering services team, they've continued to work on designs for the current year program, and also reviewing customer requests and developing business cases for future year capital works programming. One of the major projects we've got on the go at the moment is our local government infrastructure plan. So that plan is being reviewed and will be embedded back into the planning scheme, and it sets the trunk infrastructure needs for the next 15 years. A lot of the work that we've done in the plan will be tabled in the February council meeting, and it ties in with the Mayor's notice of motion around trunk infrastructure and transport planning, so that will be timely. Within the water and waste operations, we've got a series of tables there with water connections and treatment and supply, so I won't go through those line by line. Just to say that our water storage is looking healthy at this time, or up until the 30th of September, and we know we had a wet November, so that's a good thing for our water supplies. Within our waste area, we continue to develop, and subsequent to 30th of September, we've adopted a Waste 2030 strategy. We're continuing to develop our regional waste strategy and work with a Boomerang Alliance and the local community. We saw the ban on single-use plastics from the 1st of September, and Council introduced a charge for domestic green waste. So they were some of the changes that we implemented through our waste team. Within the community assets team, one of the key areas that we've been looking to improve is our fleet utilisation. So in the first quarter, we completed a review of our light vehicle utilisation, and we're implementing a rotation program so that high and low use vehicles can be equalised across the life of the asset. So that will help with our resale values, and it'll also allow us to see where maybe we could reduce our fleet. If there's some vehicles that are just not getting used, it will just allow us to retire those and not renew them. So that's saving that we can see into the future. And at the end of the report, I've just got some photos of some community facilities which have been installed in the first quarter. So the Lagoon Shade shelters have been a fantastic success. We've got some new shelter over the Caves playground. Glenlee tennis court resurfacing looks fantastic. Toilet block at Williamson Creek, and park upgrade at Rotary Park, and the Keppel Sands Caravan Park caretakers residence just some of the projects that we've completed in the first quarter. So I'm happy to take any questions from the council.
Thank you, Mr Executive Director. Councillor Watson.
Through to Mr. Creedman. On page 79, you've said water and sewer, and you've completion rate of 100%. Back in April, I asked about Percy Ford Drive with the flooding coming up through people's houses. And I've been waiting for a reply on the 11th of November, the 30th of November this year. I asked for an update that I haven't received anything, so I'm wondering if it's been completed.
I'll take that on notice, Councillor.
It's been an issue for over 30 years.
So which, on page 79?
Page 79, you've got water and sewer.
Yes.
And you said there's 100% completion. Maybe I've got my figures wrong there when I'm understanding or something, but this is definitely a water and sewage situation where it's coming up through the sinks in the house, and there's shower and everything else.
I'll take that on notice.
But we've just been through a wet area, and that's when I sent you an email asking for some update on what's being done.
Mm.
These people can't keep living like this. It's not their issue.
Right, thank you, Councillor Watson. Any other questions, councillors?
Yes, yes. To follow on, are you aware of that one, Michael, that issue? Has that been brought to your attention?
I am aware of that one, Councillor.
Okay, okay. Well, as long as you know that. I've got a couple here. Would you just mind giving us a little update on the Stanish Bay Road? There was damage caused to that by the ADF contractors, and we were just wondering who was going to fill those shoes and fix it up. Have you got anything more to add to that?
Thanks, Councillor. So there's a sealed section of Stanish Bay Road was damaged.
Sorry, that's kind of ultra virus to this report, isn't it?
It's not within this report.
No. So can we perhaps take that offline, Councillor Mather, and you can take that question.
If we're looking at infrastructure.
Yeah, I know we're looking at infrastructure, but we're also dealing with the report per se. So anything outside the report at this stage, I think we can take offline with the Executive Director.
Okay.
Okay, well, I thought we were in the confines of, I didn't mean to go outside the boundaries of the report, but I felt that it was infrastructure and it was accepted, but that's okay. Okay, let's go to page 80. We've got rural maintenance here. We've got a revised budget of 4.1 million. We've actually spent 755,000, which is 19% of the budget. Could that account why so many roads needs attention, maintenance-wise?
I don't believe so, Councillor. I think this is the first quarter of the year, which if we go with straight line expend, we might be at 25%. But our rural maintenance budget is based on condition assessment. So we have the rougho meter, which measures our international roughness index for our roads, and our policies give the officers the direction that when the IRI reaches 7, then we plan the maintenance. So because our actuals are sitting at 19% doesn't necessarily correlate with whether the roads are in poor condition. If they're in poor condition, then we need to increase our inspections and understand where this might be happening. But we've got a process and we've got our policies and procedures in place that allow us to take calls from customers or take messages from yourself, and we inspect those things and compare them with our condition assessments.
Yeah. Mr Mayor, our director is going to have a look at some of these roads himself tomorrow. Mm-hmm. I'll talk to you about that. I'll redirect you where you need to go tomorrow. But I can honestly put my hand on the Bible and say I don't have any faith in the rough meter. I believe that we need to get out there and see for ourselves, and common sense will tell you whether the road needs doing or not. And I think we're wasting money doing what we're doing the way we're doing it, and I'm not blaming the director at all. I think we need to have a look at a whole new system. I know we've revised it and revised it again, and it's not working and it's costing us money. And I think we just need to go back to square one. Go back to bus inspections like we used to have. They can see, members can see firsthand exactly what we're dealing with. Well, I don't want to spend any more money on the roads than we need to. there's got to be a better system. Because when I went to a road the other day, because it was only through a phone call, and I don't know how many years since it's had maintenance, Mr. Mayor, and I don't know if anybody's seen it for a long time. That's what I'm saying. Where's the inspections? How's it gauged? This one's obviously slipped through the cracks again and again and again, as some of the others have. And I think this is where the director needs to have a look and see for himself what he considers as appropriate and what we need to do to get back on track. I just want us to get back on track and spend the money where we need to do, and no more than we have to spend.
Well, I commend the Executive Director for taking the time to go
no,
out and actually have a look.
He's always willing to
The question I have, Mr Executive Director, in terms of rural maintenance, following on from Councillor Mather's question, is your percentage of actuals versus the revised budget is sitting at 19%. I mean, we're approximately 50% through the year, and I know that's not always a good milestone to assess expenditure on, but I mean, I'm just wondering whether that comparison's been made and whether there's any comment around that.
Yeah, that goes on to September though, it stops at September.
Understand.
So that's really the first quarter, as the director said.
Yeah.
Yes.
So it's a September, I beg your pardon, right, sorry, my mistake. Forget I spoke. All right, any other questions, councillors? Councillor Friend.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Couple of things. First off, Percy Ford Street
That one.
in Cooey Bay, yes, that one, came to the attention in 2020, and I have a vague recollection that I believe is in forward capital works, and when you get back to Councillor Watson, could you also CC me into that, because I have a feeling it is, and it turns out, and we have the engineers in the room, and I'm not an engineer, but the backup for any raw sewage into their own pipes is because of the flow of another main coming into that particular main, and when there's torrential rain, there's just too much storm water and it stops the flow. So that would be great to know that. I have a vague recollection that it is in the forward works. Secondly, another thing to note, which is really important, and I suppose it came out after this was written, is that the state government have kindly given Livingstone Shire one more year of 105% rebate on the Queensland State Government levy, which means that we don't have to come up with another $1 million and pass the charges on to the actual residents at this point. So that's been a great reprieve, and I just wanted to bring that up. Thank you.
Any other questions, councillors? All right, we're moving to receive the report, councillors. So moved Councillor Watson, beg your pardon, Councillor Friend, seconded Councillor Mather. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We're up to 11:10, which is the response to the notice of motion from myself in relation to a potable water supply at St Christopher's Chapel. Mr Executive Director, you're dealing with this one?
I'll ask Nigel to come up to Mr Mayor.
Thank you.
I'm happy to talk to it, Nigel, initially.
I'm happy here for the
Board
moment.
councillors, so this was notice of motion in relation to this chapel water supply.
Microphone, Nigel.
Oh, sorry. So this is in response to the notice of motion requesting details of a water supply for St Christopher's Chapel. This has been quoted several times in the past in various different formats. The current quote's been prepared on the basis of running a 40mm service from the end of the current main, which finishes at JBS, the meatworks next door. It's our understanding that the chapel does have a water supply, but it's fed through the back of JBS. So I don't know what the financial arrangements are for that at the moment. So the cost of the work would be around $12,500 in terms of capital. A major component of that is the fact that it involves a crossing of the main JBS entrance. So that needs to be underboard. So $12,500 would be the capital. There'd be an ongoing cost of around $451 for the access, currently the annual access charge, and guesstimating, think, 100 kilolitres of water a year, which would be around $100. Sorry, 50 kilolitres of water a year, which would be around $100. So in capital, it would be about 12,500. Also assumed that there would be no need for irrigation, and that would be consistent with the heritage management plan for that site. I'm not sure if councillors are aware of that, but there was a heritage management plan prepared back in 2012 on behalf of Rockhampton Regional Council. Importantly, that made clear that the historical significance of the site should be maintained in its bush chapel setting. So specifically they stated it's important not to overdo landscaping improvements on the site for at least two reasons. First, it can diminish the bush setting of the chapel and introduce elements that were never part of the original construction. Secondly, lawn and shrubs require ongoing maintenance. Given the history of the site, introducing lawn and gardens does confuse the original intent and setting of the chapel. So that was the basis of assuming that the water use would not be high. Water quality will still continue to be a concern. At the moment, we can't really tell what quality water comes in there because of the fact that it goes via the JBS site. In the long term, if it was to have its own supply, given that it's infrequently used, 3 or 4 weddings a year plus the annual service, then it would be incumbent on us to make any users aware that they need to flush the mains for a considerable time to ensure that they are getting safe chlorinated water through. So that's probably the report.
Thank you, Nige. Any questions? Councillor Watson.
Through the chair, Nige, is there any reason why we haven't asked JBS about the water then? Or how the supply is coming through? Why haven't we asked them? Wouldn't it be easier to do that?
Well, we know that they do get a supply.
Yeah, I know, but you don't know what the quality is or anything like that. Have we asked that question?
Sorry, haven't specifically asked that question. I suppose not sure what the financial arrangements are. Don't know if we want to go there. JBS are currently carrying out significant upgrades to their internal supplies, which may affect what goes on inside their gate.
So we haven't rung them?
I've spoken to JBS in the last week, yes, but not on this specific issue.
Sorry.
Councillor Mather, you had a question?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I find it a bit strange that we got an arrangement with another user, but we don't know what that arrangement is. I think we need to know what that is.
Sorry, just on that, I mean, I suspect that legally JBS can't provide water to the chapel.
That could be the
they're
case.
not a water service provider. They're not registered as a water service provider, unlike council.
Yes, thanks. Well, that's when you do get into trouble.
Thank you, Mr.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Mr. Mayor,
sorry.
going back a few days ago, I bumped into John Day, whom I suspect was the instigator for the initiation here. And he's of the opinion, I'd like to see a deputation by John to this council, because he's put the suggestion that we shouldn't have to come up with the 12.6, because it does service both councils and all RSLs. And his idea was that we approached Rocky Council for a contribution. We put out a contribution, and the RSLs in those two councils also put up something, and our contribution would be very little.
I was going to do that, Councillor, anyway, behind the scenes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, do you think it would be?
I've actually broached it with the RSLs at this stage.
Okay.
No commitment from either.
You're ahead of me, Mr. Mayor. But I do know John's been very instrumental in getting all the servicemen all together to keep them as a family, because I think some of them have fallen off the wagon because nobody seems to be interested. But John's one of those ones who revitalises everything. But I think if you are worried about, and it's always a concern, if we're worried about if we get water and spend this money, what's it going to service? What are we going to service if we only have one service a year? But there have been weddings, but there's so much we could do with that. You could hose down that old building for a start and get rid of some of the dust that's there, where people sit when they do have their services. I've been to a wedding there, but you can beautify it. You can make it into a botanical gardens if you had water. And people would go and sit there, that would be a place that they could find calm. So if you think John would benefit the contribution here as far as information goes, Mr Mayor, I'd be happy to ask him.
Well, we can, happy to talk about that offline, Councillor.
Yeah,
Do that.
thank you, Mr Mayor.
Right.
Thank
Are you done, Councillor?
Sorry?
Your question's over?
No, that was just my little contribution.
Okay, thank you. No, that's fine. I just got Councillor Friend waiting patiently. That's all right. Councillor Friend.
Thank you. Nige, with $12,500 for a connection to the chapel, did you say that only about 50 kilolitres would be used per annum?
Yeah, I think that was, a baseline estimate based on that sort of 4 uses per year.
And that's very, very minimal use of water. So in stating that, could you remind me what a commercial fee is per kilolitre again?
It's just over $2.
So it's just over $2. So to put in a $12,500 line, there would really only be a couple of $100 of use of water per year.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. So what I was very concerned about is within your report, you said that infrequent use would actually cause issues with the water quality that was in the pipe. Could you explain that to me as far as water quality? Is it the chlorine or whatever the chemical is breaks down?
It's exactly that. So if the line isn't regularly used, then the chlorine dissipates, and so there's no chlorine in the water. So therefore, you'd need to make sure when you turn the tap on that you flush through the entire length of the line to make sure that chlorinated water starts to come through.
And what would be the result if the line wasn't flushed and the water was used? Is it more bacteria and enzymes and things like that?
That's it. So if there's no chlorine residual in the water, then we can't guarantee that it's safe. If there's a chlorine residual in, then we can say that the chlorine's killed any pathogens. There's a few chlorine-resistant bugs that we have to take care of at the water treatment plant, but we do. And so the chlorine is all about making sure that there's no regrowth of any bugs. If there's any leaks or anything like that, the meatworks itself is recognised as being the highest risk to water quality in terms of should you get any backflow coming back from the meatworks into the reticulation, then that's a significant risk. So they're the highest category of risk in terms of our customers.
Thank you.
Any other questions of the manager, councillors, or the executive director? All right. Councillors, I'm going to propose an amendment to this, if I can, and just at the end of this tack on something about asking this to be considered in the 2022-2023 budget. So it'll probably read something like that council received the report, one receives the report. Don't delete it too much, Justine, just say that council one receives the report and notes the capital and operational cost of a new connection to the chapel, and 2 includes the project in the 2022-23 budget for consideration. I'll just work. Oh, well, we can do that behind the scenes. I'll just invite him, councillor, but I'll just get this sorted first. Everyone happy with that, councillors? Right. All right. So I'm happy to move. Councillor May the seconding. I don't feel the need to speak to it. Anyone wish to speak against?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. When you first brought this to the council table in the last meeting to look into and investigate the options, it was very exciting for me to second that. And having read the report and looking through the options, I am speaking against today, only because it does concern me of any outcomes of unchlorinated water being used or drunk, and cause for concern that that 50 kilolitres which is about $200 per annum, does not equate to enough water used for an outlay of 12.5k. Thank you.
Okay, anyone speaking for Councillor May?
Yes, Mr Mayor, I wasn't going to, but I think once we've had a deputation from somebody who knows this site very well and what could happen there, I think our worries about the chlorinated water might be overcome. I'm hoping that is the case.
All right, thank you, Councillor May. Anyone else speaking against? Would anyone like to speak for? Councillor Watson.
A simple thing would be add irrigation so the water is able to be used and there's no chlorination issues. Just has to be watered at least once a week, then you don't have chlorine problems.
All right, thank you, Councillor Watson. All right, any other councillor wishing to speak against? Anyone for? All right, well, I'll just wrap up then, councillors, and say I acknowledge Councillor Friend's concern in relation to the chlorination issue. I think there are ways around that, and certainly the $12,000 price tag I planned, and this was a suggestion put forward by Robert Lang when we originally discussed this issue as well, that that cost could be spread amongst some of the RSLs and the Rockhampton Regional Council. So the impact of the financial outlay might not be exactly $12,000. Okay, so we've got a mover and myself, seconded Councillor Mather. All in favour? Those against? Thank you, councillors. Carried. And I'm going to move a procedural motion to break. to resume after morning tea. All in favour? Thanks. After lunch, beg your pardon. Yes, please. It's on, right. So welcome back, councillors, after lunch. We're up to 11.11, which is the policy review for waste and recycling, to do with the CSO and the waste voucher policy. All right, so Mr. Executive Director, are you dealing with this one or the manager? There we go. Over to you, Mr. Deacon.
Thanks, Mayor. So this is, we did provide a briefing on this earlier in the month, but this is in relation to the provision of waste vouchers. Currently, there's no policy determining who is or is not entitled to waste vouchers. At the moment, we distribute something like, my apologies, there it is. At the moment, we distribute something like 19,000, just over 19,000 sets of waste vouchers per year. Under the proposed policy, we would distribute around 2,000 less. So that would include removing vacant properties, which would be around 1,400, and primary production, which would be around 650. Currently, flats are treated differently to units. So if you live in a unit, you'd get a full set of vouchers, 10. And if you live in a flat, you'd only get 2 vouchers. All the vouchers are sent to the registered owner, and we rely on the owner's goodwill to send the vouchers on to their tenant if their property happens to be tenanted. Obviously, we'd like to make provision for electronic vouchers in the future should council decide to fund that, so the policy is written in such a way as to allow that. We've seen an increase in vouchers this year, increase in the use of vouchers this year, and I think we're attributing that to the fact that vouchers can be used in lieu of paying the $5 green waste fee. You can see also that the expected cost to council of the so-called free waste vouchers is probably going to increase this year, mainly because of that increase in use for green waste. One positive we have seen coming through in some of the areas that aren't served by curbside collection is the fact that, I think in the case of Corwarrell, we've seen more efforts by the community to sort their waste. So previously everything would have come in as general waste, but now thanks to the fact that co-mixed recyclables don't attract a fee, then we're seeing that the volume of that is increasing and the volume of general waste is decreasing because 2 bins attracts a fee of 2 free waste vouchers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a couple of questions. So, Nige, what does it cost council in relation to the redemption of those waste vouchers per annum approximately, and who actually mainly foots that cost?
So that would be, that's the cost that we've got in there. It's supposed to be about 670,000 per year, and that fee is effectively subsidised by those who do receive curbside collection.
Okay, so those people that actually have their bins and pay the money for their bins are subsidising those that do not have curbside collection.
That's correct. So it's that revenue that funds the transfer stations, and obviously the transfer stations are available to everyone.
Just so I know that I heard it correctly, you said $670,000 a year?
That's right, yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions, councillors? Okay, so we've got a mover and Councillor Friend. Can I get a seconder, please? Councillor Eastwood, thank you. Councillor Friend, did you wish to speak to the report?
Absolutely, Mr. Mayor. Thank you so much. Need you ask. So, Within this tenure of council, we have 4 experienced councillors, long-term councillors, and 2 new councillors, understanding the operational side of council as they were past employees. We also have a councillor, and through journalism has a firm grasp of council operations. If in the future tenures of councillors who sit at this table are all new with no prior knowledge, then it is with the uttermost importance that we, with experience and understanding of council operations, resolve to accept these policies and strategies so that we are to leave a legacy of assistance and understanding for those that will come after. I'm proud that within these 20 months of our time at this table, we have resolved to implement many of these policies and strategies, some not previously ever adopted. In best practice, we are setting up the future council to succeed in its endeavours in our community.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Anyone speaking against?
Oh, yes, Mr. Chair, I certainly don't take any pleasure in doing this, but look, if I'm incorrect in my interpretation of it, then I guess I reserve the right to change my mind, I guess. But for me, I'm just really perplexed as to why, I guess under equity, or whatever the correct word may be, that we're excluding rural primary producers as being eligible for this service. I just don't understand the logic of that. They're a ratepayer. Whether they, perhaps if I can get clarification if I've interpreted that at first before I go too much further into it.
So yeah, I mean, all commercial businesses in the Shire are not entitled to free services, so they all pay a commercial rate at the landfill.
So a primary producer, though, essentially is not able to be afforded the same option that a residential person can.
That's right. So they're treated like a normal commercial business.
Although they live on that property potentially and generate waste from that property as their principal home of residence potentially.
That's correct. Yeah, as do some business owners in town who would live on their business premises.
Yeah. Okay. Yep. Well, on those grounds, I'm not supportive of it. For that reason, I think that we could tighten this up or improve it to. I just don't feel comfortable excluding primary producers who live on their properties. They contribute rates. I'm not comfortable with them being excluded or not eligible within this policy. So on those grounds, I won't be supporting it.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Bello. Anyone speaking for? Would anyone else like to speak against? All right. Well, on that basis, we'll close debate and we'll go to the vote. So we've got a mover in Councillor Friend, a seconder in Councillor Eastwood. All in favour? Those against? 1, 2, 3. By a lot, because that's right, Councillor Mather's not here. All right.
Only the man gets to channel.
Right. Okay. Well, I'll support the adoption of the policy then, councillors. Yep. So 11.12, which is the policy review, councillors, in relation to management of unsealed and unconstructed roads. Mr Executive Director, we've got a mover in Councillor Hutton already, seconded Councillor Bello. Right. Come on, keep up. Oh, jeez. Just had to go there. All right, so we've got a mover in Councillor Hutton, seconder in Councillor Bello on this one. So, councillors, did you, on this basis, did you wish to hear from the Executive Director, or are we happy to go to the vote on this? Yeah?
I'd like to speak to it all, if I could.
Oh, you'll get that opportunity, councillor. Yeah, of course. Mr. Creedman, any highlights on this one for us?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, I don't think so. It's basically we're adopting the existing policies into a set of an overarching policy and then a series of procedures. So none of the technical detail has changed. It's just reaffirming what we've been doing over the last few years, and I don't have any further comments.
All right, thank you.
Question.
Yeah,
to the director there, Mr. Creedman, from my reading of it, though, there was perhaps some very encouraging aspects of it that perhaps haven't been here in years gone by, i.e. things like taking into consideration the proximity of a residential property close to an unsealed road with the prevailing southeasterly wind, for example, that would actually potentially trigger a higher score in consideration for a sealing, which has been something that hasn't necessarily been policy here in the past. So that's encouraging to see. That's probably more of a statement and looking, if you're confirming that, well, that's great. And the other one was also the introduction of this fringe village unsealed roads, which is a fairly new initiative as well, I would have thought. So if is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Indeed, all right. So councillors, on that basis, we'll close debate. Councillor Hutton, did you wish to speak to the motion at all? Okay, anyone speaking against? Councillor Bello, do you want to speak to the motion?
Yeah, I do, Mr. Chair, because it's been something that was raised at this council maybe 5 or 6 years ago about the prospect of considering the impacts of dust on rural properties that were close to roads that were built perhaps when there may have only been 10, 20 movements a day, and it didn't really matter whether they built close to the road because of the more cost effective with driveways and what have you, and all of a sudden now they've got 160 cars a day, say at Lake Mary, and some of those houses are 30 metres off the road with a strong southeasterly wind. They've got a lot of dust. So to see that we're capturing that as data now and qualifying that as an important aspect of what roads get potentially additional funding, I think is a really important initiative and something that shouldn't just be just sort of passed through without acknowledging, because I think it's really responding to the complexities of that rural road network, which is not easy to deal with. So I think that's a very good step.
Indeed. Thank you, Councillor Bello. Right, councillors, anyone else want to speak on the motion? All right, we'll wrap it up then. We've got a mover in Councillor Hutton, seconder Councillor Bello, all in favour. Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. 11.13, which is a policy review on road-related management and functions policy and stormwater drainage network policy. Mr. Executive Director.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was just pausing there and to see if anyone was going to move it.
Okay, Councillor, moved in Councillor Hutton, seconder Councillor Friend. Okay. Highlights, Mr. Executive Director.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this, similarly, we have previously had many of these documents as policies. We've chosen to create an overarching policy for the management and function of road-related areas, and also one for stormwater drainage network policy. And then there'll be the head of power, and underneath that we'll have a series of procedures. I'd just like to say that up until now we haven't had a stormwater drainage network policy, so that's something new, and it'll help guide our maintenance, management and staff effort in that area. And one point to note in the stormwater drainage procedure is that officers are recommending that if there's a waterway that council limit our exposure with respect to planning any capital upgrades or major maintenance, and that is because under the Land Act all waterways are vested in the state. So we wanted to draw a line in the sand, as it were, to make sure that we had some policy statement around that, so that when we talk to residents, we're happy to maintain drainage easements and the like, but when the water becomes a a waterway under the Land Act, that's vested in the state, and we're just confirming that in these policy documents.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions, councillors? Councillor Watson.
Yes, Mr. Creedman, this stormwater drainage, is that Percy Ford Street area sort of in that category with the network and procedural upgrades and things like that?
Thank you, councillor. My understanding is that previous request was to do with the sewer network. So this is the stormwater. This is conveyance of stormwater.
Yeah, it's just that I have been told by you in the past that that they've found a stormwater that's the problem, and somehow the sewage is connecting to it somehow. I just thought that might come into it.
So that we have infiltration issues in many parts of our sewer network, and that during the wet season, that increases the load on our sewer pump stations and also our treatment plants. So one of the key features of our network renewals is to make sure that we limit infiltration. So within the Cooey Bay area, we've begun some emergency sewer relining, and that helps to stabilise the pipe structure as well as limit infiltration. There's also historic cases where residents have plumbed their roof water into the sewer network, and as we identify those through our maintenance and we use CCTV cameras to locate any connections, then we talk to the residents. That's a bit of a longer process to do all that, but it's, yeah.
Any other questions, councillors? Okay, Councillor Eastwood, could I trouble you to turn that microphone off beside you there? Thank you. Thank you. All right. So we've got a mover in Councillor Hutton, a seconder in Councillor Friend. Councillor Hutton, did you wish to speak to the report? Okay. Anyone speaking against? Councillor Friend, did you wish to speak to it? All right, we'll wrap up debate in that case then. Moved Councillor Hutton, seconded Councillor Friend. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Thanks, Michael. All right, councillors, we're, I believe, at 12.1, questions, statements, notice, motions on notice from councillors. And we have 3, possibly 1 that might just lapse. Okay, so the first one is a notice of motion from myself, councillors, and you would have read the report. I'm simply asking that we do an audit, essentially, of all of our beach accesses to see what sort of status they are in terms of disability access. Councillor Friend?
I'll second that.
Okay, thank you. And to provide details on the cost of construction of such accesses and request the report to be presented to council in time for consideration within 22-23 budget.
Can I ask a question?
Of course you can.
So looking at these accesses, are you looking to upgrade to become wheelchair accessible, or just finding out what is and what is not?
At this stage, it would be a report on the status of the beach accesses. Part 2 of that is to provide council with an indication of the cost of constructing accesses to disability standard, and then that would then need to be considered in the budget, whether we can afford it or not. All right, so I've got a mover in myself, seconded Councillor Friend. I don't feel the need to speak to it, councillors. Is anyone speaking against? All right. Okay, thank you. Councillor Eastwood, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Look, I do think this is a very, very important move in the right direction. It was really exciting to be down at Emu Park there a couple of weeks ago and see the beach matting and the water access wheelchair. And, you know, it'd be really good if we could just have some strategic areas within our coast where people that do have mobility issues can actually get to the beach just like the rest of us. And I just think that's, you know, in a modern day community. It's just the way to be headed, and I congratulate you, Mr. Mayor, on this, on asking to get this report done. It'd be fantastic.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Friend?
I'd like to speak for it as well, Mr. Mayor. Well done on your notice of motion. As I've attended every Capricorn Access and Equity Committee since I've become a councillor 20 months ago, they will be absolutely thrilled to know that we are looking into options. And we met some of them when we did, were at the Moby Mats the other week up in Emu Park. And I'm very, very pleased that I'll be able to take this back and let them know that our mayor has put this forward for them.
Thank you, Councillor. I can't necessarily take all the credit for this. I think Councillor Bello some time ago asked for a report on this too, Councillor Bello. I'm going back a few years, as I recall. Yeah.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually just pulled up a motion that it was 2018 July. So yeah, it has been talked about before. It's really exciting to see it resurface, and I look forward to some clarity coming out of this report. And back then it really focused on sort of perhaps quality over quantity. We've got something like 140 beach accesses. Some of those beach accesses perhaps could be made redundant, and we improve the quality of of the ones that are deemed to be most important, especially on those prominent beaches. And looking at the actual the engineering of a beach access, for example, even through with occupational therapist type expertise, that is a round post like that sufficient for elderly people, or is it a bit of rope? Or we don't have a consistent design out there through our beach accesses, and so I think it's actually there's quite a bit involved in it potentially. So look forward to it, Mr. Chair. Well done.
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Bello. All right, we'll close debate. Got a mover myself, seconded Councillor Friend. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. 12.2 is a notice of motion from Councillor Mather. Councillors, two comments. Obviously, Councillor Mather's not here to speak to it, but then secondly, a press release was issued last week anyway, pretty much encapsulating the intent of this notice of motion. So what I was thinking, we just let this lapse for want of a mover in a second, and it just basically disappears, with all due respect to Councillor Mather. So we can just note in the minutes that motion lapsed due to lack of mover or seconder.
Mr. Mayor, may I ask, and for clarity and transparency for the community that may be watching or may watch later, would you please explain to us what your particular media release was about last week, and just give us a little bit of an overview and rundown, please?
Sure. The media release is actually, I believe, available on all of the networks, but also on Council's website. And it basically spoke to a response from the media about Livingstone's business reaction post December 17. So on December 18, they interviewed me around what's been the potential impact on businesses so far with the restrictions. And too early to tell, clearly, and that was my comment. But I finished up my interview by saying that essentially everyone is welcome in Livingstone, irrespective of your vaccination status. Whether you're unvaccinated or vaccinated, everyone's welcome in Livingstone. But we all obviously now have to abide by the mandates that have been introduced through the public health order.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Question 2.3. Again, Councillor Mather's notice of motion here. And she has a series of questions on notice. And Mr. CEO, I'm just going to ask that they be taken. We'll obviously move and second this, but that you deal with those on behalf of Councillor Mather. Thank you. So moved Councillor Friend, seconded Councillor Watson. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors.
Just before we move into the closed session, is just that procedural matter regarding that earlier plan.
Yep. Sure. So we're just going to duck back to the matter on 11.8, Mr CEO, the development application for the childcare centre.
If I could suggest to councillors, based on
I need you.
based on further advice received, Mr Mayor, that item 11.8, which was not successfully passed earlier in the meeting, the applicant and their representatives have sought an opportunity to meet with councillors to address some of the traffic management concerns that were expressed. If councillors are comfortable to do that, a procedural motion would be in order that item 11.8 DA 137/2021 and the rest lay on the table pending that deputation by the applicant and their advisors in the new year.
I'm happy to move that, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. A procedural motion. So all in favour?
Yes.
Carried unanimously. Thank you. Did you want to catch up, Jussie? Right. Well, councillors, that opportunistically then give Justine a chance to catch up, but we're now into confidential. So we might just close down the live stream. Thank you. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, viewing in on live stream, we've been determining behind the scenes at the moment or reviewing these matters, and it's come to our attention that Councillor Watson may have a conflict of interest in relation to 15.2, which is a request for Council's views in relation to a proposed term lease on Great Keppel Island. So Councillor Watson has asked the table to determine whether he should stay in the meeting to discuss that, or be asked to leave the meeting because of what Council may view as a conflict of interest. So we're going to vote on that matter now, and then we'll go back into closed session with or without Councillor Watson present, depending on what the Councillor's view on the matter is. All right. So, Councillors, in relation to the conflict of interest that Councillor Watson has declared, can I get a show of hands, please, as to those who believe Councillor Watson should be able to remain in the room to discuss this particular matter, notwithstanding that it is completely different to the previous matter where he left the council chambers in relation to the food bank, where he does have a declarable conflict of interest. He has a declarable conflict, or potentially a declarable conflict of interest, and maybe even a prescribed conflict of interest on this one, but I think it's more declarable, Mr. CEO. So the issue here for those members of the community viewing on live stream is that Councillor Watson's family has a property on Great Keppel Island, and Councillor Watson's concern is the perception around staying in and voting on something in relation to Great Keppel Island that may or may not have an impact on the value of his family's property. Personally, Councillor Watson, I think that's a long bow, because your family's property is probably no different to every other property on the island, in the sense that whatever happens on this particular lease will affect all properties, and so I think it's something that I'm prepared to support personally for you to stay in the room. But anyway, we'll see what the other councillors' view is. Just an attempt to explain the situation.
If I could just add to that, Mr. Chair, my understanding is that the councillor has the ability to express why they believe they should be able to at least have their councillors consider it, based on perhaps what it is that they feel they can offer to the particular matter. So if that's consistent with what the CEO feels, I'd like to hear from Councillor Watson as to why he feels it's relevant for him to stay in, and that may help determine which way I go. So
Indeed.
Thank you.
So, Councillor Watson?
It's very simple. I just look at it as my parents' house. The values can change depending on how the leases change and things like that. And that's why I'm asking the question whether you want me here or not. I don't have any more to add in the way of what would actually happen in the lease sort of situations. But I just know that in the past there's been talk of the problems with valuations of all those blocks of land. But me being at the table and my family having a house on the island makes me wonder if I do have a conflict of interest in this case.
Right. Thank you, Councillor Watson. Any questions of Councillor Watson, councillors?
The only one would be, do you feel, Councillor Watson, that your knowledge of Great Keppel Island could be of value to us other councillors perhaps who don't have as much knowledge on the island, given your connection with it over the years?
Yeah, no, I do feel that I would be able to help in this situation. I just don't want other people to think that my family could gain more income or something like that because of the decisions that we make around the table here. That's all.
All right, thank you. Any other questions, councillors, of Councillor Watson? All right. So, councillors, by a show of hands, those who believe Councillor Watson should remain in the room, can you please raise your hand? Those against? You're staying in, councillor. All right, so councillors, can we get a move in a second to move back into confidential, please? Move Councillor Eastwood, seconded Councillor Friend. All in favour? Those against? Carried. Thank you. live again. All right, councillors, we're back live again with our community, so we're on 15.1, which is the proposed sale of council land at 85 Coconut Point Drive, Zilsey. So, councillors, the recommendation here is that we resolve to authorise officers to engage an agent from council's panel of pre-qualified real estate agents to offer lot 179 on survey plan 217255 for sale by tender or auction. 2, sell lot 179 on survey plan 217255 if an offer is received at or above the market value contained in this report. And 3, authorise officers to negotiate with potential buyers on lot 179 on survey plan 217255 after the tender process if it is not sold. May I get a mover and seconder? Moved Councillor Hutton, seconded Councillor Friend. Thank you. Councillor Hutton, did you wish to speak to the report? All right. Councillors, just going to the vote on this one. All right, so all in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. 15.2 is a request for council's views in relation to a proposed term lease on Great Keppel Island. The recommendation is that council resolve to advise the Department of Resources that 1, council would not object to the Department of Resources granting a new term lease to the existing lease on lot 65 on survey plan 241214, and 2, council would not object to the Department of Resources granting a new term lease over an area of water described as proposed lot B on Great Keppel Island. Moved Councillor Hutton, seconded Councillor Friend. Okay, I'll just go to the vote on this one. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. And Mr CEO, I believe that concludes our business today. Unless there's anything else, councillors?
Just in terms of the determination by the Council of Conduct Tribunal, so through the CEO there, you're comfortable that there's no need to, you obviously are if you haven't, so but I'm just
thank you to the officers, thank you ladies.
Provide some sort of ability at least to discuss that you're comfortable with that, and if that's the case, well that's fine, that's good. If not, was there... I'm
not sure where this is going, councillor, at the moment, but... What do we...
Mr Mayor, Councillor Bellow's question is in relation to the orders made by the Council of Conduct Tribunal against he and Councillor Eastwood in relation to a matter a couple of years ago. Those orders were required to be observed within 60 days of them being granted. That's, I think, sometime in early January. One of those is to make a public admission about those things. Both Councillors Bellow and Councillor Eastwood have sought to appeal those decisions to the Queensland Civil and Administrative Tribunal, QCAT, and have sought stays on those orders which have not yet been granted. I've reminded them that the 60 days is approaching and that this is the last opportunity to satisfy those orders if such a stay is not granted. That's the question Councillor Bellow is posing.
All right. Thank you. All right.
Thank you, Mr. CEO.
Okay, so councillors, can I thank you for your hard work, dedication and contribution this year. It's been a very busy year, and as I've been saying consistently, I think if you think 2021 has been busy, strap yourself in because 2022 is going to be even more so. And I think it's exciting. I think there's lots of opportunities and also challenges coming our way, but I know that as a team we'll deal with that. So may I wish you a joyous and safe Christmas, and if you're travelling, Councillor Eastwood, as you are, please do so safely, and enjoy time with your friends and unwind, because I think it's a period of time when you have an opportunity to relax a little bit, because next year is going to be pretty full on. So God bless and stay safe.
Thank you.